All right. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Melodome, ladies and gentlemen. Got your host with the most, Austin Thompson. What's up? How y'all doing in the chat? It's going to be a great show tonight. It is titled, What the F is This Place? With a very special guest returning back to the Melodome, Joe from Effed Up World. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Good. How are you doing? Is that what that stands for? WTF?
Yeah.
Okay.
What the F?
Yeah. What the F? Oh, Thomas said something about it's an effed up world production. I said no, it's just an effed up production.
Well, I like how we came up with the title because we were texting back and forth and
Yeah.
just talking about this realm and just all these, theories and speculations we had. And I text him back. I'm like, what the F is this place? And he's like, that's the title. I'm
That's
like,
a good
okay, let's
title.
let's run it.
That is, well, because if you really stand back and look at what we're experiencing, it kind of can make you laugh that it's like, yeah, it's hard work, but at the same time, what?
Yeah,
There's this
right.
thing we live in, and it's like if you pay a lot of attention to it, which we have been for quite a few years.
Oh yeah, for sure. We're gonna
And
be getting into a lot of things tonight. Me and him, we've been back and forth with a list of topics, so it might be a long stream tonight. It's gonna be full of gravy. We're gonna be hanging out, having a good time. Getting into some scriptures, some Enoch, some luminaries in the sky, ISS, eclipses, you know, shield, this place, just everything. We're getting into all kinds of gravy tonight. But before we get into it, let me go over a few things really quick. Sponsors of the show. So first we got, of course, where's it at? Bam, the tinfoilhatfactory.com, ladies and gentlemen. Go get you some nice flat gang gear, the tinfoil hat factory. Go support your boy PCs, crushing. A lot of different designs and colors and beanies and hoodies over there. And then of course we got aerolisticnaturals.com/melodome. A lot of great products over there, great customer service. Make sure you use coupon code melodome10 for 10% off. And if you guys don't know, but we've been giving away products from Aerolistic Naturals every Sunday stream. And this product that we're giving away this Sunday is going to be this product right here. Next Sunday's giveaway from Aerolistic Naturals is USDA certified organic full spectrum CBD tincture. It retails for $128, and that's going to be given away at the end of Sunday's stream during the Melodome Early Light with the crew. So you don't want to miss that. That's going to be a good time as always. And then we got the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app by Blue Water Bay. Make sure you use referral code MELLOW after downloading and find some local flatty friends in your area. Set up some meetups or go to local meetups that you can find. A lot of big things coming to this app. It's growing and growing, and Dave is just making it better and better. So make sure you go check that out, the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. And then of course, we got Melodome.live. Ladies and gentlemen, we got some merch. We got the newest design right here. Oh, excuse me. This is the front. This is the back. It kind of looks like the Foo Fighters, but it's Flat Earthers. Shout out to the Plain Truth, Travis, sending in this. So he got him a shirt on the way already. But this is the newest design, and we got many designs over there at the merch store. My wife, she runs the merch here in the studio. She runs the merch. I run the mic. No third party. The shirts won't shrink. And all the shirts, $30 plus shipping and handling. And here is the promo.
Window closed, big cold, remember lost it. Come on, man. Listen, all right, listen.
Keep your energy right. This is not some expert advice, but certain shit you gotta value and protect with your life. Check the calendar, no room for acting extra tonight. I ain't preaching, I'm just shedding some light. Got a homie at the crib, he ate the way that he lived. Cause his family take from him, he just give and he give. He had to cut him off, move, shit, he did what he did. I don't blame him for the way that he slid. Cause you gotta move cautious. My window closed, don't mean to be cold, but I'm feeling exhausted. I don't care who talking, hey, I gotta move cautious. Don't come hear no evil, see no evil. Problems always gonna come back. Gotta understand at the end of it, we all just people. And people, they don't know how to act.
Yeah. I like it. I like it.
I like
And
that. That's good.
isn't it? Shout out to
Yeah,
Flatman X. He is the official editor for the Melodome channel. So
that was
holla at your
good. That
boy.
was all good.
Benny Boy says she hates it when you sell yourself short. Yeah, she does. She doesn't like it because she says I be making shirts too. But she does be making most of the shirts. So and
She's in
then one more.
charge. She's in charge of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she is in charge of that for sure.
there you
I
go.
don't keep track of the inventory. I don't know how many shirts we got left. I don't know any of that.
You'd be messing it up. No, I'm just kidding.
I would be messing it up, bro. I don't handle
That's why what I've heard is good about people that are married. They can like cover all the bases better because this guy will take these ones and
She's the
they
yin to my yang, that's for sure.
yeah, you take the yeah, you guys work together. That's awesome.
And one more thing, we got the physical mail, guys. P.O. Box 293, Oxford, Florida 34484. And shout out to Robo Honky. He got some winnings from the Sunday giveaways, and he sent us something. So I want to show it to you guys. Some cool stuff. He did send us really awesome spice rack that Kaylee's already using in the kitchen. And then he sent this hat right here, medically exempt. Like it, I like it. And then some cool bumper stickers, right? Mostly peaceful, And
That's
then
cool.
here's the coolest thing, right? And I read his letter, is very nice, and I was able to read your handwriting. Yes, Robo Honky. He was worried about that. But this is the coolest one, right? So this is a greeting card from me or from like Media Bear, right? It's a Media Bear greeting card. And you see the balloons, very cool.
Mhm.
And it says, "You tested positive for being a great friend."
Oh, that's awesome.
And on the inside it says, "I used a PCR test though."
Oh, okay.
That's funny, dude.
Yeah, that's funny.
So yeah, thank you, Robo Honky. That was hilarious. Thank you so much. But yeah, physical mail, P.O. Box 293, Oxford, Florida 34484. And real quick, if y'all can't tell, check out the new shirt I got from Iron Realm Media. Shout out to Iron
I
Realm
like them
Media.
guys.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. And then let's shout out the chat real quick before we get into some gravy, because there's a lot of people over here from your channel that I'm seeing. That's very
Cool. Make
cool.
sure to subscribe.
Oh, I see Feather Bear. What's up? Long time
There's a
no
lot of
see.
lot of good stuff on this channel.
We got QTA, Jess, Ariel True Seeker. What's up, Wes? NH Guy, Benny Boy, Nate. What's up, buddy? Austin Murphy, Jeremy. What's up, my friend? We got Thomas Morgan. What's up, buddy? Israel Kane. How you doing? Awake in the Light. Much love. We got Bill, Jess Palmer. What's up, buddy? We got Maddie. How you doing? Bunch of great people. Three Fingers, Trouble in Tribune. What's up, John? Tapered Bodies. We got Glyph, Warning Sky Domes, Mad Mac. Bunch of great people here. And then that's all on the YouTubes. Rethink, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Unindoctrinated. Then over on the Rockfin, we got Jason. What's up, buddy? Ashley, not Benny Boy. Got people rolling in 8 so far on the Rockfin, 42 on the YouTubes. Awesome. What's up, Holistic Media? Much love. What's up, Ben? Yeah, cool. Darkness upon the face of the deep.
Yeah, that caught my attention right away too.
Yeah, so before we get into all this tonight, I just want to say, and maybe Joe, you'll be better at saying this, but we're gonna get into a lot of topics and ideas that maybe a lot of people haven't heard of. Maybe you have over on Joe's channel on eftupworld.
Or let me add to that,
Go ahead.
things that you might already think are objective, that that can be looked at other than those ways. Like, you know how a lot of us used to like live on a globe,
Right.
and you see so many of us that have clearly seen that that is just a lie. And even if you don't know the details at all of that lie, you can still tell by using your senses and your perception that there's a different world that's true. And actually, we were talking about that. Is that Austin said it maybe what was that 2-3 weeks ago?
It was like 2 Sundays ago.
He was talking about maybe can you just talk about it a little bit about perception and our perception changing or whatever.
So, yeah, guys, if you haven't caught any of the Sunday shows, there's a group of us, the crew, me, Troublin', Mike, and Flatman X.
You guys are all awesome together. I
Yeah,
love listening to you guys.
I love these conversations because we each have different perspectives and
Yeah.
we're able to have this healthy discussion, this healthy
And
discourse.
it's a good one. I mean,
It
like
is. It's
Flatman X was
liberating.
like, I totally disagree with that. But then he goes, like, he opened my eyes too, because how you were saying it was perception. He was saying it physically does change. And
Right.
maybe not the horizon, but all these other things that, and he was
So let
saying,
me give them a context. So we were
yeah.
talking about how much of our reality is physical. What we're observing, I guess, and then there's this idea of simulation theory, which I'm not into. There's a lot of things that I don't really know about, I'm not sure about. I have many different thoughts about the afterlife and all these things. You can catch all those kind of conversations on Sunday, but there is this discussion we were having, you know, and Chris was saying that maybe we seen curvature, we believed there was a globe, there was a vacuum of space, and then once we awakened to that, then our world changed. And my rebuttal was that this horizon that I've always looked at my entire life has always been a horizontal horizon. And and some people didn't agree with that, Chris didn't, but from my perspective, from my perception, I seen a horizontal horizon, but because of the programming, because of the stealing of the mind and the eyes, if you will, at such a young age,
Hmm.
I would look at this horizontal horizon, and my perspective was it's the edge of the earth curve, and we're
Hmm.
on a ball, right?
That's why ships go down the, yeah.
Yeah, that's why ships disappear bottom up.
Yeah,
They're going
that's
over
why
the
the
curve.
sunset looks like it's going into the ground. Like that.
Right, 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 right. So, and it wasn't until you know I came to these understandings and changed my perception, my perspective, my outlook on this world and realm. That
Hmm.
horizon still stayed horizontal, but my perception of what it was and what was beyond that completely changed. This whole world changed into a totally different world to me, but
And above it
physically
too.
and
Everything
above
above
it,
it too.
everything changed, but
Yep.
nothing physically changed. Just my perspective of it, how I perceive it,
Hmm.
but I'm not manipulating the land. And then
You
Joe
see it
continued
differently.
that yeah, I seen it differently. It was
Yep.
like you quoted some Bible verses over on
Yeah.
your end. I don't
Eh,
remember them, but if you
w
could bring
One
that
of
up.
them is Jesus said you had to be born again. I can look it up. You
Thomas
had to
just
be
put something in the chat right here. Where's it at?
um oh, those are both let's look at those in a second. But
Okay.
one of the things that I think I said it to just when before we went live or whatever, but I asked Austin if he has what did I ask you? If you had the spirit of God uh show or make you look at everything in a different way. It's not you doing it. It's like something,
I was
what it
shown. Like,
yeah,
because at
you
the
were
same
shown.
time, I mean,
Yeah.
it's a long story for me if people have been following my story, but at the same time, I was going
Something
through
turned in you.
yeah, everything changed. Like, to me, it
Yep.
was kinda this, like
And it
I
was
don't consider
truth, right?
myself a Christian, but it was this born again. I was being, like, given eyes to see. I had this whole different perspective. It was all new to me, you know?
And that, you know what he said? He said, "You have to be born again to see the kingdom of God." And he said,
Right.
"See." And that what to me, I'm like, "See." Um, the maybe I'm just it's crazy, but like in Revelation, how John looks and he sees a new heaven and a new earth, and the old ones were passed away. It's
Right.
like, I don't know how much of that, you know, that's probably like a something that someone could think about, but I don't think anyone could even. comprehend how that could apply to this truth that we've learned at like changing our lives. But when you that's why I say it's supernatural, but a lot of people get turned off when I say that. And I just think when we talk about this stuff, it's not trying to change you, it's not trying to hurt you, it's not trying to do anything to you, like as far as make you believe different or anything. If something makes sense to you, or if something you'll believe what you're going to believe. Like I often I don't think we even necessarily decide what we believe. We want if you want to believe the truth, then when you see the truth, go that way. I don't know, but like if
Right.
you see a lie, that's not that's not the truth. Like if I ask you, like, what evidence do you have that the earth is rotating? If you can't come up with some solid evidence, like I have the solid evidence, and it's literally the ground being solid. That is my evidence.
It's literally
But
me not moving.
yeah, it's at rest, that it's still. There's only so many words that describe this, but the world that we live right on top of screams it to everyone every day, and yet we're in the solar system. So that's one thing. Like, there's so many things that we can look at tonight, like so many. But what the F is this place?
Mhm. Yeah. Where do we start, man? Where do you wanna start? We were already going over a
Well,
few things
perception.
before the
We were
show.
talking about, okay, a lot of people, a lot of us are flat earthers, and we weren't. Like 37 years I was a globe earther, and then the last 8 years I'm a flat earther. How's that?
Right.
But that's a change that I didn't do. Like I didn't make my, because actually I can see with clarity things that other people just are like, no, that's wrong. Like people tell me, no, the earth's rotating. That's why the stars are moving. And I'm like,
Mhm.
you just said it. The stars are moving. The earth is not. Like, and then people bring up relativity, or like your reference, or your, what do they call it? Reference frame, whatever.
Mhm.
And I say, it's always you. It's always relative to you, because otherwise it's imaginary, because you can't be in another place. You can only be where you are. So do we imagine, like if I ask you, picture in your mind the solar system. Do you have a picture in your mind? I have one in
Mm.
my mind.
Yeah.
What is yours? What vantage point are you at in your mental picture of the solar system? You're out in this dark
Yep.
space looking at this thing that's like you're
Like a
looking at the
bird's
sun.
eye view,
Yeah,
you
you're
know?
looking at it from far away. That doesn't exist.
Right.
It literally doesn't exist. The stars and the planets, they almost act the same, but the 7 planets are what people, those are something that people, like, even there are people in the world, believe it or not, that think that it's possible to go live on Mars. And just this idea is so bad that, and our world likes this idea because it's like a $450 billion a year industry. It is.
Mhm.
They
Oh, yeah.
spend a lot of money to try to go to this dark place. And because it's, for whatever reason they want. But like low Earth orbit, that's something that if 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 NASA says that it's possible, it's made possible, they have to move like over the surface of the earth at like 17,000 miles an hour. So they go up where the air is thin, and they try to do that, right?
Mhm. So, just for the record,
Yeah.
there's, there's a time where I thought, "Man, all that's fake. All that's fake. They're not sending anything up there," you know, and, you know,
And
looking
that's
into
right
it
too,
myself,
though. That's right too, though, if
yeah,
you think that.
from what they're telling us, it's not right, it's
Yeah.
not the truth,
It's
right?
not the truth. It's a way that someone can believe, believe in it, to be like have physics like the Earth has.
Right,
Um, but
right.
yeah,
But to me, I at the same time, we can track the ISS,
yep.
and I've only been what you would call a flat earther for so many years. It's like very short time, right? So there's no way we got it all figured out. And I
Mm-mm.
think there's way more to this than them faking it to perpetuate a globe. Okay. They already have that on lock. I don't think, I think it's way more than this. I'm not saying that there's people up there.
Astronauts are sus.
Sus. Yeah. And we can get into that if you want to.
Yeah, that would be probably a good way. Like that
Then
one
we can
verse.
segue right into the ISS and all that good stuff.
Yeah, the dragon.
Yeah. And
Like
again, these are different perspectives that I really appreciate because, sometimes we can get in these echo chamber type mentalities in this community, and it's refreshing to hear different ideas, and we're always bouncing ideas here in the Melodome. So, and I enjoy
yep.
the ride on Speculation Station. And at the
It's
end of the
good to
day,
speculate.
at the end of the day, I don't really know what's going on. I'm here to learn. I'm unlearning, relearning, figuring things out just like the rest of you. I know to a lot of
Yep.
you, I'm like this talking head. We're talking heads, but we're just like you guys. We're all in the same trying to figure things out.
It's pretty
And I
awesome when a person goes on, like just you, for example, or Austin Whitsitt, or when someone goes on and does a live stream every once in a while, you get to know that person
right.
and you get to really know them. So that I think that's really cool because we're all over the world, like everywhere. We're all over the place.
Mhm. Yeah, it's a beautiful
Yeah.
thing. I like this, what's happening, you know?
Yep.
And when I hear these new ideas, I've had Joe on a few times, and this is basically an extension of these previous times he's been on. He's jumped on a few times on the Sunday show when I dropped the link in. We've had a show, like almost 2 years ago or something like that. I think it was also like my birthday stream or something. But
Austin's always making me think like like all the Melodome guys are like Troubling Tribune. It's so good you got him on there. I
yeah,
just saw on my YouTube feed that he's gonna be talking, I think, with Kingdom in Context.
yeah. Hmm.
That I just saw that and my mind is like going, this should be a good conversation because
It will be because they
they're
can both
both
be respectful
they're
and
both able to handle them, like,
mhm,
themselves presentably, yeah, like you were saying,
and they
nice
don't get
and
offended by ideas
no, no,
or
and
feel attacked by ideas. I like,
yeah, I had a conversation with Sean once, and we were, totally in opposition the whole time, and it would, like, obviously, it's like, you don't feel like something gets accomplished if you're debating someone hard on it, so, I don't know, it'd be interesting conversation because those guys are both good, they s they seem there'll be a lot of information going back and forth in that stream.
mhm,
Those guys are both filled with, well-spoken information. I'm
mhm.
not well-spoken myself, really,
Yeah, I
but
like that stuff, and, I liked how you extended that Sunday conversation we had 2 weekends ago,
oh, yeah.
over on your channel,
You got me thinking, man.
I like that kinda stuff, and I really I respect your perspective on things, and, we have many different beliefs, me and you. We both might
Yep,
think that we don't live on a globe, but
but
there's
neither of us
many other things.
knows
Right,
everything, like
right, exactly, exactly.
and, like, what you were saying, like, uh whatever change happened in your life when it did, it turned you around. You
Mhm,
literally said you made a commitment or whatever you want to call it, and you're like, I, everything's better than what I've been living in this
oh,
life,
yeah,
what I've been seeing, what I've been believing. When you start to see the truth, I think it's when you start to look at it, something supernatural happens. Like that's my best way to describe it. Something supernatural happens that for 8 years has not left me, or however long, 7 years, whatever, since I started questioning the globe, basically.
mhm,
This intimidating truth that this world believes in. That if you don't believe it, they usually don't like you.
right, you get ridiculed big time. I mean, to me, it's not as much as it used to be. I actually flat smacked a new, coworker yesterday.
I flat smack
You're
everyone.
probably listening, bro. So if you're listening, what's
Yeah.
up, homie?
Yeah, keep listening because there's
Yeah,
good
keep
info.
listening.
Good
He subbed
info.
to my channel and everything, so even hit
Awesome.
turned the bell on and everything. But
That's awesome.
yeah, he's a new bar back, and whenever we got a new employee, I always like try to feel him out.
Yeah,
And I think
well,
I'm pretty good at talking to people too, you know. And
and
uh, go ahead, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that right there is what I'm talking about. That's the spirit of truth. Like that's a part of the spirit of truth. I'm not saying that wraps it all up, but what makes you want to go talk to someone about the truth? What make like why
I
would
want him to
you?
know. I want him
What
to
do you
feel
get
what I
paid for
feel.
it?
No,
Do you know what I'm
right,
saying? Like you're not trying to get paid for it. It's like
right.
the truth is something that like and then you know that a good
Resonate,
amount of the time people are gonna be like, nah, that's dumb. You
right.
know that, but it doesn't matter. That part's like just the well, move to the side then. You know what? I got to tell someone else. And I think it's like it is good news.
Here's this thing, there is this awakening happening,
Yeah.
and there is a lot of people that are, I feel like, ready for that information. They don't even know they are, you know? For example, this gentleman who I started flat smacking him, and I'm talking to him about things, he's listening, he's wanting more information, right? And I didn't tell him space was fake. I told him space was because if I would have said that, I probably would have lost him. But what I did say was that space is completely misdescribed.
Hmm.
You know, that's the approach I went to, you know, everything's closer, close, local, smaller. You can't land on these objects. I went all out on him. And, you know, he starts telling me, he's like, bro, I feel like, you know, I'm ready for this kind of stuff because I've been on this like journey, this spiritual thing. I've been wanting to look at things and find out information. I'm like absorbing everything lately. I'm like, bro, okay, bet. Then, you know, you on YouTube? He's like, yeah, yeah. I'm like, then sub my channel, you know, and check it out. And I'm always shouting out other channels on there. You'll find more, you know, look into it. Right. And I even got some free codes for the Flat Earth Sun Moon Zodiac Clock app. I got to
Nice.
give him one. But
I was just gonna say Flat Earth Viking.
yeah, shout out.
I met him in 2018. See it,
Nice.
look how many years ago that is already. That's like 5 years ago or something almost.
Mhm.
5 years ago. Yeah. Seems like yesterday, actually. Wow.
So, astronauts and this
Yeah.
ISS.
Okay, so in okay, like in the book of Revelation. Okay, so like when we talk about the Bible, let me like describe what we're talking about. Okay, we're not talking about the church that you went to. We're not talking about anything but this book, right? It's just a book. What's a book? A book has pages and there's writing in there. And this book claims to have writings from a long time ago. So I like it. Whatever we say, don't let your mind go to, oh, that's BS. That's all that was made up by the by the Vatican or what. Like, forget all that.
Mhm.
We're just looking at simple stuff like that some old dead dude wrote and it got passed down and we have a copy still. So like you don't have to look at it as even anything other than a book. And if you start looking at the book, you'll realize that the book is from something outside of time because it predicts things that happen maybe in ways that we wouldn't expect them to actually for sure in ways we wouldn't expect them to happen. But in Revelation, John saw something when he was talking about the beast and the dragon and all that. Um, in Revelation 16, I'm going to go there right now. I should have that open. He's he said he saw three unclean spirits. And when we're this is I'm talking about like astronauts are the only people that go outside of the earth. The only ones, right? Is that correct when I say that?
What? Yeah, they're the only ones that go
Yeah,
in
no one else leaves the
supposedly go
earth,
in
right?
low Earth orbit, right? They're the only ones that
Yeah.
get out
But
of
they
this.
say they're going into space, they say, or whatever. But they're orbiting the earth,
There's
right?
like 50 something that supposedly went.
I think all right, or I maybe that was to the moon or something.
Yeah,
I think
maybe.
there's like 560 that have
Right.
gone or something like that.
Low Earth orbit. Like,
Yeah, yeah. And some of those now probably don't even they're only taking like a bullet ride, um, like on those the Jeff Bezos and yeah, whatever. But if there's it like if they're living on the space station, right? I think that they're really sus. Where is this? So he says, and I saw three unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouth of the dragon, and out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. For they are the spirits of devils working miracles, which go forth unto the kings of the earth and of the whole world to gather them to the battle of that great day of God Almighty. So three unclean spirits, and they were like frogs coming out of the mouth of the dragon. Have you guys ever watched when they dock to the space station these days and they open the hatch on the dragon capsule
mm-hmm.
and they float into the space station and their hair is like all up and they're like
Yeah, I see
like
it. I've seen
frogs, like literally what like frogs kind of sit in the water and they like push themselves around, you know.
it. Yeah.
It like it's the same thing, and I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe that's just totally weird. But what were they doing? They were going forth to the people on the world, like the kings of the earth and of the whole world, to gather them for battle. Like they were gathering them for Satan's army or whatever. And okay, the low Earth orbit or the solar system or anything in space, right? I've learned to look at space a different way.
How do you
It's
look at it?
it's darkness, and I don't know what that is. I don't need to know.
Don't let
It's
me. I want to say something real quick. I don't want
yeah.
to cut off the flow, but when you say the darkness, I was having this thought the other day because I feel like we live in this toroidal field, this torus field. And where's a good picture I can show? Okay, so this right here. What if
Yeah.
space is that void, that blackness in the center? And it's like, or like to me, like what if that is just space? Like the
So those are the paths of the planets, right?
right. But I'm saying like
And you
with
know what,
that,
dude? You know what? You were just showing me before the stream that little video of
yeah, I can pull it
the
up if you want.
ISS going around the globe and then on the flat Earth.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Those are like the same kind of circles.
Right. Yeah, yeah. Here. This one.
Yeah.
Let me full screen it.
Look on the left there.
Right. So this
There's
is
a
the path
center
of the
point.
ISS, guys. This is the path of the
This
ISS.
is why they think the Earth is rotating. This
And I know
okay,
a lot of
so
people think that there is no ISS or something like that, but you know,
but
I tend to think
there's
that there is
something that
something up
goes
there.
over.
Yeah,
There's
you
a
can
bright
track
star
something.
that goes over and it's very consistent in a pattern exactly like what is on your screen. So
And then
just think
look
of this once. Those are both the same path, right? They're exactly the same path. One is just turned because um if you look at uh there's a center point, and do you see how they have the little image turning?
mhm.
So they're just drawing the same, like on the left, they're just drawing the same path over and over, okay? But they turn the disc a little bit, and that's what you get those circles.
But what's actually turning is the sky.
Yeah, and if you take that circle that we're watching on the left side that's on the flat one, and what is it actually doing is it's not doing a straight line. Doing a turn in a circle, right? Well, what's the one on the right doing? It's not doing a straight line. Well, it is doing a straight line, but so is the one on the flat one.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying? It's an
Mhm.
arc. It's an arc.
Right.
So it's a circle. They're both just doing a circle, and they're turning the image of the globe or the flat. But just think about what's happening, that they're doing the same thing as the planets.
Yep. Here's the planets. You got
It's a
Mars, Venus,
wandering star,
Uranus,
dude.
Jupiter. Yeah, one of these wandering stars, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so check this out. I want to show this. Okay, so shout out to Shane St. Pierre. I had him on a couple weeks ago, and I'm in the Telegram group, Melodome Telegram group. And I'm plugging this show, what we're about to all talk about, ISS, all these things. And he's dropped some information in the Melodome Telegram group, which there is a link to the Melodome Telegram group at melodome.live, guys. And maybe some of you've heard about this on Globebusters, but they were talking about how there's this tethering system that they use, right, for satellites and things like that. Electrodynamic tether. And so there was some documents that Shane shared. Here's some footage of it, or some pages from it right here. So it's kind of showing the diaphragm. So you would have this satellite and then this tether system. And in the paperwork, it even talks about how these satellites hanging off the balloons, that string that would connect to the balloon is that electrodynamic tether, right? And when you look over here, you can see the dates, right? When they were, testing all of these tether
92.
systems and things like that. 1992, 1993, 94, 96, right? And then what do we have in 1998? We got the International Space Station launched in 1998.
Yep.
And then me and Joe, we were talking about before the stream how if, you know, the same way, if it's turning up there, if this ether that we're in, this toroidal field that we're in, is happening, and that 15-degree shift or wherever it's happening up there, they would have to somehow get these objects within that medium up there to stay up there, and maybe that's one of the ways they're doing that, you know?
And in their mind, like, this is what's so wrong about the sphere idea, because it's showed them that the Earth is a sphere. Space has showed that to them, has proved it to them, because otherwise the space station wouldn't be a thing, because it would need fuel, right? It doesn't really ever need fuel. Like its orbit decays or whatever, but they keep it in. They just have to propel it just a little bit, or do a burn, they call it. But like, once you're in a medium that is turning over the Earth, you just sitting still, right? So that's why when they go do a spacewalk, you see the Earth moving, right? But they're just like in this still, uh, and that it might be all fake, but I would say that in it's not being faked by your fellow man. Like, I think the people that work at NASA, speaking of, I just talked to one of them right before we went
Yeah,
live.
so for the record, not all of them.
Yeah. Not David. David Beverly, Jesus Freak Computer Geek, just called me.
Legend.
Yeah, he's awesome. But
Who worked at NASA
he
and
worked at
doesn't
NASA
think
for
he lives
12
on the
years.
globe.
He's been to Antarctica, and he's worked on satellites or on projects. He's done a lot there. And he's a great guy. He's actually very entertaining, and he's
I got to meet him at Flattoberfest.
oh,
Good guy.
yeah, he's
Real
awesome.
quick. He was coming and going.
Yeah, and his mind is fast. He's got a lot on his mind, and a lot to get out at certain times. So
Compartmentalization. Yes, that as well, McSlappin. That's happening big time at all of these big corporations. I mean, I don't even know what's happening at the place where I work on the top. I don't know what's going on. So
here's
that
what
could be the same for NASA employees.
what if the because I understand that compartmentalization. What a crazy word, but
Right.
I think I would tend to believe that this is uh the reason why I point at the astronauts is because I think that NASA and the people like working there are entertaining angels, like unclean spirits.
Okay, yeah, let's get in some gravy,
They've been
bro.
talked into. They've been okay.
So do you think
It's
that
Luciferian.
ISS is a
Tin can,
tin can?
tin can with some weird solar array things. It's really
Okay,
big,
okay.
but I
But
don't
you
think
think
there's
they're
any.
entertaining
There's angels
change
on it.
spirits?
There's angels on it, or unclean spirits, or demons, or whatever.
Right,
But they
okay.
look. Let me read. I'll go to Enoch 17. It describes this place of darkness. He says, and they took and brought me to a place in which those who were there were like flaming fire, and when they wished, they appeared as men. And they brought me to the place of darkness and to a mountain, the point of whose summit reached to heaven. I saw the places of the luminaries and the treasuries of the stars and of the thunder in the uttermost depths. So thunder uh, is in the uttermost depths. That's weird. But yeah, so he went to the mouth of the deep, and he said, I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter. Okay, and the place whence all the waters of the deep flow. So he was um it's even called Ernie's journey. I said Enoch's journeys through the earth and Sheol. But
Okay, so yeah, let's get into that. You posted a video on your channel before the stream.
yeah, about that depiction of biblical cosmology, right?
Right.
Yeah, I wonder if I don't have one on my computer, but I could probably. I think you guys
Do you
all
want
know,
me to
what do
pull
they
it
call
up?
that? The Hebrew cosmology, right? Yeah, if you've
Yeah,
got it,
I
pull
can
it
pull
up.
it up. I'll pull it up.
Just because uh maybe while you're doing that, we should I think something we should study, like just to make sure that we're understanding it right. Uh
I know
Enoch
it kinda
chapter.
seems like we're all over the place, guys, but this is all connected, so
Yeah. Like it all
bear with us.
let's think of, okay, how is the earth and all that? And we have a globe in the classroom, we have a flat earth on your internet, that's got Antarctica for the ice wall, or the outside of it, which makes a lot of sense, by the way, because the sun goes in a circle. But I like what Mike says on your channel.
Yeah,
Makes a
me
lot of
too.
sense.
It does. It
We're in a
does.
bubble because of the sun, because he created the sun.
Yeah, and,
So all of a sudden
Lucas,
life can happen. Like,
el
and it's not
the
as.
air would become solid without the sun, I
It's
think.
and some people every time on TikTok, or you not on YouTube as much, but every time on TikTok they say the sun, God, the God's son, or whatever, and like, no, he made that. That's just a light. It's a light, and it's hot.
I
But
love the analogies, though. You can't find analogies with it, which is doesn't mean that that's the same thing, but to me, it's like this beautiful there's a lot of beautiful analogies and similarities you can find, synchronicities, I would say, that
yeah,
give you answers, you
yep,
know, and also reveals the true earth to you. Like,
yeah.
this you have your own personal relationship with this light in the sky, and the light walks on the water to your feet. Only you have a relationship to that light, just as you do and I do, and everyone it's their own. So, not saying whether that's the sun or whatever. I mean, we have different ideas on who that could be anyways. I do look at Jesus as like this one of the original OG truthers. I've
I
said
love it
this
when you say
before.
that.
And
He is the OG truther.
yeah, dude, him, John the Baptist, they were going against
He
the
even said it
establishment,
too.
bro. Like
Big
straight
time,
up.
big time. They were saying things, and they were actually saying the things that were written and prophesied by the prophets of the scriptures. Like they were actually, and like
Dude, John
Jesus
the
was.
Baptist taught Jesus a lot.
And
They
he
went after
John the
John.
Baptist, I think, was straight from God. Like he was I mean, he was maybe I don't know how he was so different, but he is like he's not a real person
Well,
or
he taught
something.
Jesus. He was
They were born
Jesus.
almost
The
at the same
reason he was
time.
right,
Like,
and he was
yeah.
like he looked at him like this older brother
Yeah,
type
I think
situation.
that's what it seemed
And
like. And then
when the Roman they were going after him, he was like, man, they got me, dude. They
they got
got
him in,
me.
and
They
then
sent a
the
message out to Jesus, like, "Hey, you ready, bro? You ready to bro,
and
they
they went
got
and
me,
got his
man."
the disciples went and got his body,
Yeah.
because they took his head and gave it to that girl. Like that he was like, "I'll give you anything up to half of my kingdom," because he was probably drunk or something. Um, and she went home and her mother said, "Give me the head of John the Baptist."
Mhm.
So she did, and they did.
But
Then
yeah, I mean,
yeah,
that's how I look at it, dude, you know? He was asked to step up to the plate,
he
and
was
he did,
that's what it says. It says
you know?
he prepared the way for God, like he prepared
Mhm.
the way for the Lord. And
And, you
then
know, this time now, there's many
yeah,
of us, you know, being asked, you know, there's a calling,
there is
and
a
a lot of,
calling, yes.
us are answering that, whether we proclaim ourselves as Christians or not, or whatever you believe, you might not even know it, but there is this thing happening,
Yep, and when
and
you
I
start
don't
entertaining
know the
it,
ultimate truth, but there is this awakening, there is this beautiful apocalypse happening, you know,
yes,
this
question
reveal.
the globe, research flat Earth, and the reason why I would say that, and I know a lot of people get, "Oh, I don't like that term." It doesn't matter, the subject, you know what I'm talking about. Go
Right.
research it, even if you think it's dumb, because you might find yourself, enjoying every day of your life, um, beyond what you do now, simply because you are involved in a lie and maybe have to, be challenged, in order to look at it. Like, a lot of us have looked at it, and we've come from every different angle. I mean, some of us try to disprove it. Some of us try just entertain it right away, or some of us say, "Oh, yeah, that's true," immediately. Some people fight it for a year, and they're like, "I can't win." And however you get here, that's one thing, but every single one of us that's here would tell you that it's different.
Mhm.
Everything about life is different.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
have you heard of the concept of Sheol being moved,
Being moved?
like being placed somewhere else?
No, I have not.
That is I saw Thomas Morgan put it in the chat. Isaiah 14:9, and this is, like, right before it's talking about Lucifer, what he wants to do, ascending into heaven and stuff.
Mhm.
It says, "Hell from beneath is moved for thee to meet thee at thy coming. It stirreth up the dead for thee." I can't remember exactly what it says after that, but it says it's moved from beneath to meet him at his coming? What, like, and then right after that, it says, uh, "O Lucifer, son of the morning, how art thou fallen from," or yeah, heaven. Um, and then it says, "For you say in your heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God." Remember, we're talking about the space station too, guys. Like that to me, that's Satan just uh building that.
Taking its place,
Yeah.
right? Like, "Oh, it's my
He's
throne now."
he's getting the world to be on his side up in the sky.
Mhm.
They're believing in him, and and like I would tend to believe that on the screen, the the depiction of the earth there, as far as where God and heaven of heavens is, that's right. That's why he's the most high God. And however you define him, it doesn't matter. We all know we're
Yeah.
talking about the one who made it, the one who made everything. He's outside of time, and I guess, well, the Bible says he's a spirit, right?
Mhm.
And then he sent his son into the world who was a man, like, who became a spirit of a different kind, right?
Mhm.
So I think just the concept of Sheol moving, I was sharing with you just what I was realizing from the generation thing.
Yeah, yeah, share that with the
That
audience. I
that
thought
is
that was
something,
interesting.
yeah. Okay, so
And
from
for the
at
record, guys, I know there might be people that don't, they're not into the whole Jesus talk and things like that, and
try not to look at it that way.
don't look at it that way, right? We're here to just learn and
Yeah.
appreciate other people's perspective. That's what I'm
If you haven't thought about something before,
right.
the first time you hear about something that you haven't before, it might be you might have an adverse reaction, or you might like it might be like, "Whoa," you never know. That's why we all talk and have conversations, but and go back
Yes.
and forth on these things. But like he was saying,
That's why I
there's nothing
appreciate
wrong with
someone like you, Joe.
speculation. What was that?
I appreciate someone like you. Your perspective on things and the way you will even take, other ideas and stuff. I mean, you're listening to our Sunday show. We're questioning an afterlife on the Sunday show, and
Yeah.
you are taking ideas and thoughts from all of these conversations. So
Yep.
I appreciate you, Joe. I think
Well,
you're a good representation for this movement. So
you guys are a good resort for people, especially like on is it Sunday mornings, right? Yeah.
yeah, hmm
Just because like you're saying the topics you're talking about, like you should have a slogan or someone should have a slogan, go deep. Like go deep, man. With like in research, you go deep. You look at what you can get everywhere, and then like there's other ways to learn about it too. Like even like some of these scriptures, people are like, I don't like the Bible. That's written by men and can't be inspired by God. It's not his word. Don't think of those things. It's a book.
right.
If it speaks to you, then all of a sudden you start going, whoa, this is more than a book.
Yeah, truth
It,
resonates, right?
yeah. And
And
so,
if it
and
resonates with you, you know,
it's something that we all have that gift or whatever. We all have that ability to decipher what is true. And, I don't think we're all going to ever agree, but it would
right?
be boring if we all agreed on everything. There'd be no reason
Damn
to,
right,
yeah.
damn right.
Yep. Um,
All right,
yeah. So,
but yeah. So, where did Sheol move to?
okay. So if you remember Jesus was crucified, we're going back to the Jesus thing 2000 years ago when he was born here. And then he was crucified and they put him in that tomb, that
Well,
sepulcher
first,
or
what
whatever.
what generation was Enoch, though? Right?
Oh, okay. So that's where I'll start. So from Adam, like Adam and Eve, the first man, from Adam to Jesus is 77 generations. And they're all written in the Bible, like throughout the generations. They're all written down. And so that people come up with the the number of 77 from Adam to Jesus. Well,
77 generations.
yeah, 77 generations. And when we're reading the book of Enoch, I'm sure it's more than once in there that it calls him like Enoch, seventh from Adam. So he was the seventh generation. And something that Enoch happened to write down was that the fallen angels, these wicked angels that are in Genesis chapter 6, the ones that came down and because they saw the daughters of men were attractive and they lusted after them, and they went down and they took them as wives and they created that type of offspring, which was something that God hadn't intended, but they transgressed what God told them to do and came down and did this thing. And so God said, right, and Enoch was right there. God told the holy angel Michael to bind Semyaza and his associates in the valleys of the earth for 70 generations. And
Hmm.
then it says, and in those days, or yeah, there was that judgment, and then there was another judgment after that. And so he after the 70 generations, there was another judgment, and that was they were going to be led off to the abyss of fire. And I've come to understand this to be what's happening when Jesus descended into the earth or in the heart of the earth for 3 days. He removed hell from the earth.
He released all the spirits.
Yeah, the souls that were there was a resurrection. And I was reading a couple of the verses because I was just opening the some of the verses up. Let's see. In Matthew 12:40, for as Jonas was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. And then there's another.
So the whale's belly is Sheol.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think I mentioned Ken to you, didn't I? Yeah. Hanging on his words. He did a video
Yeah,
about
yeah, yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah. He did a video about that and it opened my eyes. He's right. He was not just simply in a fish's stomach.
Right.
He was beyond he was in like to Sheol, like to his soul had gone somewhere else. But anyway, uh, in what is this Matthew? I don't know what chapter I'm in. 27. Um, it's let's see, where was it? Oh yeah, and the graves were opened. This is like right when he yielded up the ghost, and the veil of temple was rent in twain from top to the bottom. The earth did quake, and rocks rent, and the graves were opened, and many bodies of the saints which slept arose and came out of the graves after his resurrection, and went into the holy city, and appeared unto many. I just thought of this, Austin. I didn't even think of this when I read that to you earlier.
What
The
are
way
you
that
thinking?
says that, maybe they were just going up to the sky.
Oh, I was just gonna say that, bro. Because
Because
when
it
you
doesn't
read
say
that
they were
before the stream,
it said the
right, it
holy
sounded like
city.
zombies, right?
Yeah, it did, but
But
they're
when you
not.
just read that again, bro, they
They're
went
going
to
to
the
the sky
sky.
because they appeared unto many. It
Yeah,
says they went into
for
the holy
everyone to
city,
see.
and I would be thinking like they went into Jerusalem, right? Well, they went into the New Jerusalem, the one in the sky. Because that's the kingdom. It's said to have it's going to come down out of heaven from God, or out of yeah.
And
So
then
they
here we
went up
are with
there.
all these.
They went up there. And then it's written all throughout the Bible, all throughout the New Testament, that that's going to happen again. And when it happens again, you, you'll see all these graves open, and even people alive will go up to the sky, and there will be people watching. They'll appear to many. So what happens then? I don't
So to
know.
me, it sounds like I don't think physically though for the
I
people.
can't like
I
I
don't
can't
know.
comment. I don't. It's one of those things where I'm like, I can see some of this happening now, but it's definitely not like physically. It's something in my mind or in my
Right.
perception. That's why I loved how you said that. You said
Mhm.
he like I wouldn't have thought the best comparison is the best part of it is that the horizon hasn't changed.
Mhm.
You went to the beach and it looked like that, and you said, the sun sets over the curvature for all your life. It made sense. But
Mhm.
then you probably didn't like think about it all that much because it just made sense.
Right.
But then when
Because I
someone
thought it
says,
was
"No,
a
that's
give and
flat,"
fact.
it's like a challenge when someone says, "No, that's flat. That's how it looks."
Yeah.
Of course, the sun has to do that. It's in the sky, and then if it goes far enough away, you're not going to see it. There's a line there, but that line's flat. So having a flat horizon, how can you say that you live on a flat Earth if you see the same thing you lived on a curved Earth? It's because you see it differently, right?
Right.
Who else is telling you to see it that way? I don't know. Maybe that's the spirit of truth. That's why I think like it shouldn't be a taboo thing for someone to believe in the Holy Spirit, or or the Holy Ghost, or all the different names he has. The spirit of truth, the comforter. Like there's a real thing about the spirit of God. And I think there's millions of people who have had truth bring them to this place where they can, in their own life, they can witness this spirit helping them. And I'm just trying to put it to words, to helping them to um like do things that they can't do on their own. Like I lived 37 years of my life trying to do the right thing or whatever, but when I learn the truth, then every day has been an improvement after the next day, and it's something that can't really be described without a spirit.
Right.
And because there's almost like miracles, I would say miracles in my own life, or miracles I see a, a lot of people going through. So okay, so where is Sheol then? If it's moved from beneath, where would it be moved to?
To
There's
sky
another place of darkness up
or
there.
to out. What's up?
Yeah.
Out
Well,
there? Out?
how how you were talking about the medium. We should talk about the medium
Yeah,
of
yeah,
the
yeah.
sky. Oh, that's where in Enoch 18 it mentions this, the winds.
The 4 winds?
Yeah. So the foundations of the earth or the pillars of the earth, I picture them as being like rock or stone or something, right? Until when I read this and I read it differently now. Or I'm saying this is not saying that. This is saying the 4 winds, whatever that is, that's the foundations of the earth and the firmament of heaven, or the pillars of the heaven. So on that picture that you had up, I don't know if you have it still. It's showing like I picture it being. See how it's got like solid foundations of the heavens on. They're like holding the firmament up,
Right.
and the same for the foundations of the earth, and Sheol's there, and they're holding the earth up,
Yeah.
solid like that. But tell me if that goes along with what this says right here. So he says, "I saw the treasuries of all the winds. I saw how he had furnished with them the whole creation and the firm foundations of the earth. And I saw the cornerstone of the earth. I saw the 4 winds which bear the earth and the firmament of the heaven." So the
Mm.
word bear, that means to hold up or support. But then he says, I saw how the winds stretch out the vaults of heaven and have their station between heaven and earth. These are the pillars of the heaven. I saw the winds of heaven which turn and bring the circumference of the sun and all the stars to their setting. I saw the winds on the earth carrying the clouds. I saw the paths of the angels. I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of the heaven above. There's a lot of information right there, isn't there?
Yeah, to me, it sounds like it's the
Like the atmosphere.
ether.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
and
wind.
also, yeah, like you're saying,
So
the the one in heaven turns, and so like you know how they have their uh what are they? It's a ring laser gyroscope, and they think it measures the rotation of the earth.
right.
It's not. It's measuring literally measuring a light. By the way, like they put a laser in there, and it bounces around in there, and that's how a ring laser gyroscope works, right?
Right.
Like on a newer plane or something. They're using it's actually light, which is interesting, but they measure 15 degrees per hour of a rotation or of movement.
So, real quick, when you talk about the 4 winds,
Yes.
so wind is, I think all this is being produced by this electromagnetic field, right? This electrostatic, this ionic, there's ionic winds
There's
going on.
a
I think
yeah.
all of this is
It's
pressure
like electricity
mediation.
or something.
Right, right. We live in this electric universe that deals with pressure and all of these different things, temperatures. And when you say, now, I might be wrong, but to me, we've been talking about the magnetic field here in the Melodome. I'm trying to figure all that out. Had conversation with Cammy. I had Shane on a couple weeks ago,
You should have
and
Austin on for that too,
yeah, I
because
want to have him on again for sure.
he's like another level that I can't grasp all the stuff he's talking about usually,
Oh, he's
but
next level. He's
but
next
he
level.
he's opened my eyes. Like even like sometimes it's hard to grasp what he's saying, but it, like
Yeah, I got to go back and listen a few times.
he still gets the point across, and I try to understand um but Dave Weiss too. David Weiss is good
Hmm.
at explaining it.
So right here is the electromagnetic field over the flat Earth, and you can see how there is this 4-leaf clover happening. I'm not sure how stable this happens because it's constantly moving around because there is
The
this
4 quarters of the
vortex
earth.
motion. Yeah. Well, what
Wow.
if also this is the 4 winds, because this electromagnetic field, this
Mhm.
rotation, I think, is causing this beautiful dynamic system that we have, and pressure and storms and winds and blah blah blah, and
Mhm.
the ionic flux, and then creating these wind currents that many of these planes take, right?
Yeah, yeah. They're
So
like what do they call them again?
the jet streams,
Jet streams. Yeah.
yeah. So that's what I'm thinking of when you're talking about the 4 winds, and
Yeah. Well, like carrying the clouds, like that.
yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Like,
Right.
have you ever seen, I think most of us have seen where there's like decks of clouds kind of. You'll have one that's up higher or whatever, and it's kind of going this direction, and then you have lower ones or something that are totally a different direction. And when I look at that and see that, which I saw it just the other day, it reminds me of how, like, if you're in an airplane and you're flying like right above the clouds, like those puffy clouds, they're
Right.
flat. They're totally flat on the bottom.
Flat. They're flat, bro.
But at the top, though, there's this whole world of so it's an entirely
There's layers to
different,
this.
yeah,
There's
entirely different medium, and some of them are moving this way, some of them are well, as you go up, the like, if you put something physical up in the sky, like we do even with airplanes, which is crazy if you think about it, just only been flying for like 100 something years,
Mhm.
120 years. That's pretty crazy that they're going space or whatever. But like, if you keep going up, you get to like thinner air. There's less and less air. And then, so that's one thing we should learn about the solar system. I made a video like this last week about it, but
You know what's
okay,
funny? Even mainstream science is starting to claim that there's some type of barrier. Now, when I don't want to say mainstream, but there's a lot of these
the rocket
scientific
companies,
articles, right? You know,
Rocket Lab says they've coined it, they call it the wall.
the wall.
The
Yeah.
wall, yeah.
There's even some articles like this one, Futurism. Scientists find a huge Star Trek-esque invisible dome around the Earth. You got Fox News. Scientists discover a Star Trek style invisible shield.
Invisible
And
shield. Yeah.
yeah,
Well, put it this way. Okay, so in space, and I'm going by like what they taught us. Okay, they taught us that space is this big, vast place, and there's planets. You could go way over there to Mars, or you could go to the moon, or you could. It's like a place you can go. It's like they're exploring it. That's what they believe, actually. Like, they believe they're exploring the outer reaches or whatever. Um,
right.
that place doesn't exist unless you're going sideways at an uncomprehendable speed. Like, the very fastest things that we can make on the earth are rockets, and that, like, they go faster than bullets, and they do it up there where there's not really much anything dragging on the vehicle. And then people say, oh, there's the debate about rockets, making thrust in no atmosphere. And then they're like, no, they got their own liquid oxygen or something, and they're making little explosions. Or where, here's the point I would make. However, they have to build their rocket engine, put a big nozzle on it to make it like perform better in the vacuum of space. Whatever they're doing, they're in a medium. They think it's a vacuum, or they explain it as a vacuum, but they're in a medium that has certain, to them, or like, I don't think there's people there, but if we send things, we can send cameras up there, and these devils can use them and to try to convince the earth to be a globe. But um I do like about SpaceX, every time they launch a Falcon 9, you get to see the concave earth. I do like that. You get the globe too, but you get the concave, which is, it's always good to see.
Makes
There,
everybody happy,
there's
right?
spaceship right next to that concave earth. I like that because a lot of this stuff is camera, and a lot of it is, okay, I think it's coming from a place where no people have ever gone. No people. There's I think we've been entertaining angels, like, that's probably the best way to say it. Why why do they think they can live somewhere outside of the earth, um, when, even when they go there, their bodies start falling apart immediately, their bones start shrinking, and their hearts start shrinking, and, like, they have to exercise like crazy hours a day, and they still lose all this muscle mass and bone mass, and, like, every day. Okay, that's staying on there like 6 months is a long stay or whatever. I don't think it's even people, but they
Yeah,
have
me
human
neither.
bodies. They have human bodies. So they can go up there and die for a while, come, and like, they're learning how to live in space, learning how to live in low Earth orbit, Well, they're just trying to convince the rest of the world that there's a place to go to and that it's the future of it's the good thing, even though there's absolutely nothing there. Even if
The
you went to one of these
solar
so-called
system.
places, they're like, just nothing, rocks and nothing. So when something comes from outside of the earth into the earth, is it ever just drop in? Like, does meteors ever just fall out of the sky, or they're always going sideways, aren't they?
Right.
Anything in the solar system is going sideways, isn't it? Think about it. If it's orbiting something else, that something else would have a surface and it would be orbiting parallel to that surface. And this is just a concept because those surfaces would have curvature because they're spheres. But
Right.
so that's what low Earth orbit is. They think they're falling around the curvature. So what if I said, but there's no curvature to fall around? That this is why it's so convincing to the space believers that Earth is a globe, because the space station and satellites, they orbit the Earth.
Right.
And so they're just continuously falling at like the perfect rate. They're just falling perfect rate around the center of gravity of that larger mass or whatever. So, duh, it has to be a sphere. Like even science proves it. And I'm like, celestial assumptions um, are proving to you that the shape of the earth is not like what you actually observe it and experience. Space is a lie, and it's
So
where all these other lies come from.
maybe like this, maybe they are shooting things up there and they
Mhm,
have to get it at a certain velocity and get into these mediums at like an angle to where they can
mhm. It's about
stay up there
velocity.
long enough, to where they're not falling out as quick.
So what
I
it
don't know.
No,
And
you're
then
right, because a
add in the
rocket
tethering system or this quantum locking technology or some type of propulsion technology that I do think NASA is keeping from us, you know what I mean? Like, they could
and
be a very
constantly designing and trying to, that's what SpaceX is doing too, like, they're trying to make new engines for this and that.
right.
But, like,
You know what I think?
everything.
I think that, when there's layers to this place,
Mhm,
a part of me feel, how you said there's clouds and this
mhm.
magnetic field that we're in this pressure system. That's how these clouds are floating.
Yeah,
And there's layers to this. And, you know, I
you're
forgot where I heard it, but between the moon and the sun, so you got the moon at the low part and the sun up here. Then you have in between that all of these layers, and each layer has a uh
it's like
someone
a
that
whole
someone that not someone, but there's a luminary that is the leader of that layer,
Oh,
not
it's,
leader, but
they
the
oversee it,
domain.
or
Yeah, they oversee it.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
and
the
actually,
moon
there's like a
will
throne in each one. There's like a throne
right.
in each firmament, and there's someone sitting on the throne, and
Well,
they're
maybe that's each of
it's like an
the
angel.
luminaries. Each of the planets have their designated area, and then this moon will go through these layers up to the sun and back down, like it's like
Like,
hitting
as
a
the
guitar strings.
if you made a time
You
lapse
know,
of, like, one picture a day, you're saying you get that for what is that pattern you get of the sun doing throughout the year?
I can't pronounce it.
I
Begins
can't
with a
pronounce
A
it either.
and
Lemma?
Emelena.
Lemma?
I can't
I
say
can't
that
say it
sounds
either,
stupid.
but I
But
think you
shout
guys
out
know what
to
I'm talking
Ashley
about.
Knopp with the $5 rock fin. I really appreciate that. Much love. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, I was thinking maybe this moon is just strumming these guitars, these planets like a guitar string, you
I
know,
never thought of that. It's
and
also or the sun's also, running a race with
and
it,
a lemma.
Analemma, yeah. You don't wanna say it
Thank you,
you don't
chat.
wanna say it wrong because it sounds like some other thing. Some I'm just kidding. But no,
Anal Emma.
something like that. Um, no, so Enoch kind of described the solar system, I think, like, just by what he was seeing. Let's see if I can find it. It's in this same chapter. 18 is so busy of a chapter, but he sees this place. Let's see. And I saw a deep abyss with columns of heavenly fire, and among them I saw columns of fire fall, which were beyond measure alike towards the height and towards the depth. And beyond that abyss I saw a place which had no firmament of the heaven above, and no firmly founded earth beneath it. There was no water upon it, and no birds, but it was a waste and horrible place. I saw there 7 stars, like great burning mountains. And to me, when I inquired regarding them, the angel said, "This place is the end of heaven and earth. This has become a prison for the stars and the host of heaven. And the stars which roll over the fire," think of the solar system, guys. So Enoch says, or this is the angel still, he says, "And the stars which
Lima.
roll over the fire are
I'm
they
sorry,
which
go
have
ahead.
transgressed the commandment of the Lord in the beginning of their rising, because they did not come forth at their appointed times. And he was wroth with them and bound them till the time when their guilt should be consummated." So is there something that we know of where there's stars that are going around a fire? Like the solar system?
In the solar system. In the
Yeah, there's a fire, the
heliocentric
sun. Yeah.
solar system.
Yeah. The stars which roll over the fire are they which have transgressed. So which stars go around the sun in the real sky? There's 7 of them. They're
Mhm.
planets.
Right.
That's the 7 planets. The solar system. Like that's our solar system, right? And I think it's funny when people say, when people say the debate or like the old argument of, if all the other planets are round, why would you think Earth wouldn't be round?
Right.
I'm like, all the other planets are in the sky. Earth's not in the sky.
Right.
Like, like Earth is beneath you. You live on it. Everything else in the sky's happening way up in the sky. Like, come
There
on,
is no correlation
not at
at all.
all. And David Weiss has I got a TikTok video of him saying, "What's the shape?" to one of his interviewers, where he was like, "What's the shape of the light on the ceiling in the room you're in?" And the guy's like, "Circle," and he goes, "Is the floor?" Like
Right.
that.
Okay, so the floor must be round because the light bulbs in my ceiling are round,
Yeah, and
right?
and also make a note, a side note that the floors the ground isn't moving either.
Right.
Everywhere you go, it's solid, it's not moving. I mean, we all know that. So that, like, truth, guys, if you start thinking about we got off track, but um so
Nah, man, I'm enjoying this conversation, dude.
there's these 7 stars there. 7 stars. So um let's look at this again. So here's what he says though in the next chapter. So he shows him that prison for the stars and the host of heaven, the ones that didn't come out at the right time. And then he mentions what we were talking about, those fallen angels.
Mhm.
He said, "And Uriel said to me, here shall stand the angels who have connected themselves with women, and their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as gods. Here shall they stand till the day of the great judgment, in which they shall be judged till they are made an end of." So there's 7 stars, and then the fallen angels are in a they're bound in a place where they're rolling over a fire. And to me, maybe it's not the solar system, but it does have stars in it, right? This place, this prison, it's a prison for the stars and the host of heaven. So if that's the case, then what are the fixed stars? Like in astronomy, the ones on the screen behind me, those are the fixed stars, which that's a time lapse image. But um, the fixed stars all are doing the same motion, and depending on where they are in comparison to where you are, you'll see a different angle of them, and you'll see a different path. But there's only 7 that we don't call fixed stars, and those are the planets. They're all named
The
after
wandering
false
stars.
gods. Yep, they're wandering stars, and that's actually where the word planets comes from, is a Greek word, and it is planetes, I think, like ETES, PLANETES, and no, it says the root of the English term planet is planeo, and that
Mhm.
means to lead astray, deceive, to cause to wander,
Yeah.
to sway from the truth, to like so many different it means to be deceived or
Let me read
deceive.
this one right here, QTA, because this is something I, agreed with, right? It's like the
Yeah.
wandering stars disobeyed, and their paths fooled mankind into thinking heliocentrism is what's up. If they obeyed, possibly mankind would have to be deceived in some other fashion.
QTI, I couldn't have said it better. That's exactly like exactly what he said. The heliocentrism is how we've been led astray by the very seven that um that just made me think of another apocrypha book that's pretty wild. It's the Apostle Paul. Like when he after he died, the person that was living in his house, like an angel came to them in their dream and told them that they had to dig up the foundation of the house and they would find out something there and to publish it. And so they like whatever happened, they found a book and it was called The Vision of Saint Paul, the apostle. So I've read that book and I've read it on my channel even. And in that book, I'm not gonna maybe go there, but in that book, he details out when he went up to the third heaven. That's mentioned in the Bible when he says, "I knew a man 14 years ago, whether in the body or out of the body, Lord knows." But that was taken up to paradise or up to the third heaven. And so he writes about that in detail. And I forgot where I was going with that. We were talking about the stars, which like the fixed stars. We were talking about planets. What did you say last? Because
How
you
they
made me
were
think
in
of it.
prison, they what QTA said about the wandering stars tricking all
Oh
the world.
yeah, the heliocentrism.
Their past fooled everyone into thinking into the heliocentrism, the
Oh yeah, that's
solar
what it said
system.
in the vision of Saint Paul. It said he looked at the firmament and he saw in the same place. This is how it's worded, but he saw in there oblivion that deceives and draws down to itself the hearts of men.
Wow.
That to me, I'm like, that sounds like the planets.
Yeah.
They're actually taking a form that looks a certain way. And they didn't do a very good job either because I still just see
Well, they're
little
even
light.
presenting us a certain form, right? NASA isn't even giving us this mis, you
They're
know,
sending rovers there to Mars,
right,
things
dude.
like that.
Like,
Yeah.
oh, they're rocks and we're traveling on them,
So
and
so then we get to no, but dude, it brings us to the point where we're like, okay, so what are we really talking about here? Are we okay? Let's say all these people at NASA and they really do send a rover and they really do get these images and stuff. How are we getting the images back? First of all, that's important. Are they printed images? Like hot, like come on, they're coming
right.
from Mars or whatever. So we get it in the form of ones and zeros, right?
Hmm.
And then they interpret that data and change it into images. Who's sending the ones and zeros? Their camera, right? Their camera?
Johnny
The
Five.
computer? Yeah, Johnny
Johnny
5 or
Five.
like I saw one time I saw a meme or whatever and it was these aliens standing behind a mirror laughing, and they got the rover in the mirror, looking at
Right.
itself or whatever. And they're just laughing back there. Little green guys.
But it
But
is like the capturing of people's minds, it
yeah.
is the
And
stealing of minds.
And it's also the, destruction mentally or whatever, belief-wise, of God's throne,
Mhm.
the one that made us. Like, we have the Bible. Many claims in the Bible, God's in heaven. He looks down upon his creation. He sees the circle of the earth. He looks down on it, like and they look like grasshoppers.
Yeah,
He's
I was just
he's
gonna say that, yeah,
yeah, he's
grasshopper.
so above us. Like, they're when people say he's everywhere, you can't see him. He's like in a different realm. No, he said he's right up there in the sky. Like that's a big deal. It
Mhm.
changes your belief. Like if you think about it that way, you're like, yeah, that makes sense. Because ask any child too. Ask a child that hasn't been indoctrinated yet where God lives. Heaven.
Mhm.
Obviously, they'll even say it like that. What, you don't know?
Right.
They already know. Like
Yeah.
no one
My
has to
kids
even tell
say
them that.
my kids say the creator's up there.
Yeah.
And
So
then
did so
my
did all the
6-year-old says
prophets.
a fountain of youth is in the North Pole, and all we have all
It
these
probably
things over
is.
there.
The tree of life and the water of or the
Right.
river of life and, um,
So I wanna get into,
yeah.
some of the and, we can go wherever you want. I know you had some other things you wanted to bring up, but, um, I also wanna get into you caught some footage of the 20 was it 2017? Um, or,
Oh, yeah.
what eclipse was it?
Eclipse.
Yeah,
That
I
was
wanna get into
crazy.
some
It was
eclipse
2017.
talk. Yeah, I wanna play that footage, we'll get
Yeah.
into that, also, we got some footage, I played a little bit of it this past Sunday about these rockets going into this medium that we've been talking about, this medium.
Yeah,
Maybe
we're
we could
we're
talk
talking
about that
about the
first, you know?
we should because, we were talking about this moving medium
Right,
that the Bible or that Enoch was calling the winds of heaven,
right,
and they were different than the ones on the earth. The ones on the earth were, like, holding the clouds and stuff, and they were holding the firmament, but the ones in heaven were turning, and so if you just picture this constant turning, and I'm sure you could go different speeds if you were and when I say you, I mean like a spaceship or some, you know, material element built
right,
thing. And, I'm not talking about a person because I don't think people can leave the earth. God
right.
created us and he created this earth. And that's to me, and actually you got me thinking about that more than anyone did when you said, I can't even remember what you said, but I know it was you and David Weiss were talking about kind of at the same time, how you can't exist outside. You can't exist away from where
Yeah,
people exist.
dude, we live in this electromagnetic field, so our hearts beat because of electricity,
Yeah,
our mind is working because of electricity, we can
we're
see because of
pressurized to the
electricity.
certain
Right.
yeah,
If we
everything about
There's
us.
no way our bodies will survive outside of this system. They won't work properly. They would shut down. Our vision wouldn't work. Our heart wouldn't beat.
Yeah,
Our lungs wouldn't breathe.
like an
Our
extreme would
muscles.
be, could you go
Right.
out and survive in the darkness of space where you're
Right. You're lagging. I
oh,
think you're cutting out
you couldn't. Uh,
because you're freezing up on my end.
yeah, my stream just said something.
I wonder if I'm
Um,
losing connection over here.
I I haven't
Are we good, guys? Five
I
by
did get a
five in the
warning.
chat. 5 by 5 in the chat. I want to take a break
We're
anyways. I
getting too
gotta.
excited in here.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Too much gravy. I'm enjoying this conversation, and we just started. We're already an hour and a half in, dude, and I'm loving it, man. So we got some more stuff to get into. We're gonna get into some the medium. We're gonna show some rocket footage of them. It looks like this medium they're going in. You know, we are witnessing possibly the sonic boom, but it doesn't look the same as it does here on the ground, right? So to me, that just tells me there's a denser medium up there. And we'll get into eclipses and I have a list of things. It's not right in front of me, but yeah, 5 by 5, cool. We're good. We're good. But I want to take a quick
Yeah, I
break. Let's
think I'm
play a
back now.
song.
For a minute, it was
Yeah, it says actually
whoops.
it's getting worse now. Oh, now you're
I'm gonna
back.
leave and then come back.
Yeah, that's fine. We're gonna take a
Okay.
break.
I think I
So
should
don't.
leave and come back.
Okay.
Alright,
Yep. All right.
cool.
So,
Alright.
guys, we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. This is the Mellow Dome with my man, Effed Up World. Joey's crushing, man. This is a great conversation. And thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm sure the Bible talk scared a lot of people away. But, to me, I'm here to learn, unlearn, relearn, figure things out, you know,
I'm a
expand my
learner.
horizon, if you will.
Yep.
So, yeah, but we will be right back. Oh, man. Okay, yeah, no, yeah, we're good. Okay, we will be right back. Don't go anywhere, guys. This is the Mellow Dome. Joe, myself, chilling.
Good
Don't
so
go
far.
anywhere. Yes, it's been great. We'll be right
Yeah.
back, guys.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This song about the Babylon system. Listen to the lyrics of this song. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. We the love and unity. Yeah, this is time. We the love and unity. More than hate and jealousy. Yeah, this is time. We need education. More than bullets and bombs. In this is time, we need to care for the young and old, more than silver and gold. it time. We have to wake up and change the world. As a result of 2,000 years of hypocrisy, ego-driven leaders in pursuit of property, power and wealth and fame, oppressing and murdering, killing all in God's name. Iniquity spread across the nation. Humanity is endured separation. In the midst of a darkest hour, we rise to reclaim our power. In this here time, we love and unity, more than hate and jealousy. Yeah. In this here time, we need education, more than bullets and bombs. We say we now give up. Now give up. Now give up. Oh no, we now give it. Now give it. Now give up. They achieve their mission using dirty politicians, brainwashed education, war on religion, racial division, food with no nutrition. Hey, this is the Babylon system. Their intention to use all their wicked invention, all the propaganda promoting consumerism. It's all a distraction, only misdirection to break eye connection. But if you want come follow me, make you know say what I want. This is how I get you ready for the Armageddon. I'm in for the revolution, power by love and compassion. Cause if we go at them with weapons, then they have more guns. Go at them with money, then they have more funds. With unification, then time soon done. We owe it to our daughters and sons in this here time. More than hate and jealousy, yeah. In this here time, we need education, more than bullets and bombs. In this here time, we need to care for the young and old, more than silver and gold. In this here time, we have to wake up and change the world. In this here time, we need love and unity, more than hate and jealousy, yeah. In this here time, we need education, more than bullets and bombs. In this here time, we need to care for the young and old, more than silver and gold. In this here time, we have to wake up and change the world.
Yes, I love that
I
song.
love that song. You know, he said Armageddon.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about.
I was just thinking about something, right? Because, all right, we're having this conversation. I have many different thoughts and ideas about scripture and the afterlife, and I believe that this place is created. I have questions about the creator, all of these things that we're having on Sunday and stuff. And I really appreciate having these conversations with other people that have a completely different perspective and belief than mine. They're very stimulating and it gives me like energy. It's like food for the soul. I love this. I like these conversations. And I was thinking about like, a lot of people's different perspectives with the Bible, like Jaron, he does his streams where he's,
Hmm.
going all out, right? And then
Yep,
you
and
have,
I listen to
yeah,
Jaren's streams
me too.
because
I learn a
I'll tell
lot.
you what, I might not agree with him on many things, like depending on what it would be talking about. But first of all, let's keep in mind that there's one thing that did kind of bring all of us together. One thing:
Right,
globe is false.
right.
That's what we all agree on. So don't ever
And
don't
that's
ever
what I love.
belittle that. That's a big deal.
Right.
So
So
I
like,
listen to Jaron, and he makes me think a lot about a
mhm,
lot of things. Can't hurt.
yeah. And you see his relationship with Austin Whitsitt. They have
Yep.
like this
Yep.
partnership.
Is
And
he?
they have completely different beliefs, but they're able
Yep.
to have this friendship and this partnership and
Hmm.
respect each other and
Yep.
have these conversations,
And
and
I'm sure they have conversations back and forth, where where like for the person who would dog on Jaron, um, I can tell you that I know that Austin has, just the way Austin is, I know that Jaron has looked at things differently because of what Austin says. And so I would say Austin would be the example to maybe
What's it?
lean towards, because if you want to make a difference, or you want to what people would call bring someone to Jesus or something, like, you don't do it by opposing them.
Mhm.
You don't even have to engage in their uh thing that they're doing. Like Jaron, he talks about he doesn't see the God of the Old Testament, all of the stuff he says. I don't have to agree with it to still listen to what Jaron's point of view is, because any one of us has 24 hours a day that we live in this body, and it's a lot of hard work, and we think about things all day long, and every one of us has this precious value. And whether or not you agree with everyone, that shouldn't actually matter very much.
Mhm.
At least, especially if you're going to have a conversation about it.
Right.
Like I'm sure I
We
could have a
learn
great
from that.
conversation with Jaron, and it wouldn't be at all. We would just disagree on certain
Mhm.
parts of it, and it wouldn't be like a fighting match. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? There is
I
no
have
place for that.
many I learn a lot from, people like you, Austin Whitsitt. I've even had conversations with, Rick Hummer, dude, like,
Yeah,
there's a lot
yeah.
of,
Rick
and
Hummer's
shout out
awesome.
to, rest in peace, Rob Skiba,
Hmm.
there's it
Yep.
I stay away from the toxicity, the divisiveness, and I just appreciate these
You
type of
take the good,
conversations.
right?
Yeah, absolutely, dude,
Yep.
and,
That's
that's
good.
what it's about to me, for sure. So I just wanted to say all that for some reason, just came to me while I
No,
was
it's
drinking
it,
more water.
it's a good. I think we should all look at, like you were saying, learning. Be I don't think there's a person in the world, if they actually kind of examine themselves, that says they don't learn something every day. I
Right.
learn something every day, and I think most people probably do every day of your life. You learn, whether it's how to control yourself or how to approach people, or what, you're learning something all the time, because you're constantly like trying out for the part. You're constantly living, so you learn things as you live. And so learning that the earth is maybe not a globe is, it's very opposed, but it will free you from um this hold, that this curse that was put upon us from birth. Like David Weiss says that when you become a flat earther, there ain't the word boring doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, never a
Yeah,
boring day.
no, or night, depending on what you're doing.
I'm looking for that video. I thought I downloaded that video of the
Oh yeah, the eclipse we were going to talk about.
Yeah, we were gonna talk about the medium first of the rockets. I gotta find
Oh yeah.
thought I
Oh,
had it.
that's what I was going to say, is what's the sound barrier? We were talking about that video you
Right,
put up this week, and I put up this week, of the ripples, that visible sound wave, or a
right.
shock wave, right?
Mhm.
And that's because the rocket was going, what is that, 760 miles an hour or something like that, right?
Right.
And then so it's going faster than the sound can go. So this weird thing happens, and you can actually see in that video. You showed me the video, actually, I think, didn't you, before we went on? Or maybe not. I
No,
can't remember.
because I don't have it on the computer. I thought I had it. I'm getting it. I gotta
I
find
got
it.
it on my TikTok, and it's got like 100 and something thousand views.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go pull it from there, and then,
Yeah, it's like 5 back or something, I think.
sorry, guys, 1 second. I have to grab it.
Yeah, it's got 111,000 views. That's good.
Yeah, they have a hard time censoring, flat earthers
Yeah,
big over
sometimes
there.
sometimes the yeah, TikTok's better than they could be worse, I'm sure. Did I ever tell you that, you remember when DITRH and Professor Dave did their conversation, whatever debate thing,
Right.
and how rude Professor Dave was being?
A
Like,
freaking
yeah,
dickhead.
well, so I made a clip. It's on my YouTube channel. It's called, like, Professor Dave insults. But I just took all the insults and made a clip of it, right? And so he's just like, it was 10 minutes or something. But so I put that up on TikTok and they took it down for abusive language or whatever.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, right there. Look at those ripples.
All right, so yeah, I'm gonna put it on a loop.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Hold on, I got another video too. Actually, I can go grab it.
Oh yeah,
But yeah,
you downloaded the original, didn't you?
yes, I
You
did.
sent it to me, I think.
I gotta go find it. What do you think's going on right here?
Well, again, like on my TikTok, if you read the comments, you're gonna see people that are just like, "That's just a shockwave, you idiot." You know, that's just the speed of sound. Yeah, it's the speed of sound. That's a limitation of what we know to be physics. What so we observe something that happens when we do go faster than that. Like just when jets came out, could this ever be learned about? Okay, like maybe a meteor comes in and there's a sonic boom from it or some sonic booms that you hear. Nobody knew what was going on. But then all of a sudden, when someone flew faster than 760 miles an hour or whatever, all of a sudden there was a sonic boom. And in this case, with this rocket, it's visible. Oh no, you showed it on Sunday. That's what it was, Austin.
Yeah, I got it right
Yeah,
here now.
okay, yeah, you showed it on Sunday, I think. But the sonic boom is something that we observe, but we don't make it. The jet goes fast. Excuse me. The jet goes faster than sound, and that makes it happen. Sound going fast, or the jet going faster than the sound it's making. So the sound that it makes lags behind. So, like if a jet's flying over you that's supersonic, it'll fly over. You don't hear anything till it's like a little further than you'd expect, and then all of a sudden, then you hear it because the sound has to keep trying to catch up.
Well, my thing is when we see them break the sound barrier. Look at that. Can that be seen? Can you guys
Yeah,
see
that's
that?
like to me, it's just like going into the waters or something like it's a different medium. It's one that we
Right.
probably wouldn't be able to explain with physics. And that people say that's a visible shockwave. Research it.
I'm gonna play it with sound.
Oh yeah. See, she said rainbow.
Here it comes.
Another person said rainbow. So it's supersonic, and there was two people that said, "I see a rainbow."
Mm-hmm.
Because and there's other videos of this very launch and other launches where there is like a atmospheric effect that somehow the light like hits it in a certain way, and there is like a you see a rainbow. You know, like how you see sundogs sometimes. It's kind of like that. You see a rainbow like that, and it's in the path of where the rocket is going. You'll see like a dark line or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's like really weird looking. And so
Wow.
science will try to explain and say, well, when you push the atmosphere that hard and the sound can't keep up, it creates a shock wave that goes out at angles from the vehicle, which is like we can even image this. Like there's I don't know what it's called or anything, but like the drag on a jet, they do it with some kind of weird photography where you can actually see the
Yeah, right.
yeah.
Like a
And
cloud.
yeah, and they test a lot of things at this try to test a
That's
lot
at
of
ground
things at
level
this
though.
speed. Yeah, and it's a lot thicker at the ground level, but,
Right.
um
But this you see ripples as if it's in a
and they're
liquid
going
denser
perfectly
medium.
out they're going out from it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, 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 like in front
So
of a boat.
so that is the shock wave where
Yeah, we're
that would
not
be where
denying
the
that it's the shockwave, and I'm not saying that's
no,
not.
it is. That's just science's way of explaining it, but
Right,
we're saying science isn't nearly covering what it is. Like,
right.
there's a layer there. So then you're like, well, no, that's just because that's when they reach the speed of sound. That's where the layer is because that's when they went through the sound barrier. Yeah, exactly. So if the like in Job 37 verse 8, I think it says that the firmament is hard like a molten looking glass. It's hard. It's like a piece of glass.
Mhm.
Okay, so everything, like this is just going 760 miles an hour. Now you go 10 times that much, and then you go another uh double that or whatever, and I don't remember, but you got to get up really fast in order to reach orbit, right? And like on in the shuttle, you can see video of them going launching in the shuttle like back in the day, and they'd get to a certain point and it would say MECO, like main engine cut off, and
Mhm.
then all of a sudden they're floating, like instantly. Everything's floating. So when they shut the engine off, they're just sitting still, like in another realm. And in order to get back into this realm, they have to burn their way through like 8-9 minutes of plasma. Like they're falling in this plasma for it. It's not just a vehicle going somewhere and then coming back. It's so much more than that.
Right.
So low Earth orbit, or I mean, the sonic or the speed of sound. Sorry, it is sound is part of it, and speed is part of it, and it's the same as you go up in speed. Like if you want to go into the solar system or space, that whatever low Earth orbit, you have to just go a little higher and a little faster, or a lot faster. And so then you find this equilibrium point or whatever, like what I was saying, MECO or whatever, where everything's floating because the science explanation, like if you look at Michelle Thaler explains it quite in a plain and simple way. Like if you went on a mountain and shot a cannonball as far as you could, it would hit the ground, right? Well, what if you just imagine you could send it 100 times faster? It would go like this, but it would, as it's falling, the earth would be dropping away with it, right?
Right.
So that's how fast the astronauts are going. That's what they say. So they're going like 17. That's what low Earth orbit is. Anything lower than that would just fall back down to the ground. But if you go fast enough, you can stay off the ground. Well, that's just describing a bottomless place, a place with no bottom. Because you might have the ground beneath you, but you're never going to hit it, right?
Mhm.
So that's everything in the solar system is in a bottomless place of darkness. Like the supposedly the earth is in a state of free fall around the sun. It's falling like perpetually. I'm just saying that this is in the Bible, and I think one of the things that seems to be being revealed by a lot of the stuff that we've been looking into, like the moving of the sky, how it constantly has this ether or whatever you want to call it, and it's constantly moving. Um, that's a real thing, and some people in the world that seek out darkness, like they see it to be a certain thing, they believe it's a certain thing, and it just happens to oppose what the Bible says. And in the Bible, it also describes this place of darkness, this abyss. And it's actually, you know what? In Alex's song, he brought up Babylon too a couple times.
Mhm.
In the Bible, in Revelation, an angel in Revelation 18, an angel comes down, and uh, the earth was lightened by his glory, and he said, Babylon the Great is fallen, is fallen. It has become a prison, or yeah, what did he say? It has become a habitation of devils, and a hold of every foul spirit, and a cage for every unclean and hateful bird. And
Hmm.
I'm thinking, so Babylon the Great, it is a prison for spirits. And then when we look at the solar system, it's almost like it's a city that reigns over the kings of the earth. That's what Babylon
Whole
is.
nother realm.
Yeah, I think that the place that we have been taught is the solar system, although it's only up in the sky, like in this weird, like they say they go there, but uh, to get anything into orbit, you have to go super fast sideways, which is weird. Um, and then you just suddenly don't fall anymore, or you're falling the whole time. They fell on the way to the moon. That's dumb. They fell to the moon. How do you fall to the moon? That's way up there, like in their mind or something. Like I just say, the solar system's up in the sky. The Earth isn't part of it, clearly, because the Earth is not up in the not even connected at all. The lights in the sky are always up in the sky. The Earth is always on the ground, or the Earth is always beneath us.
Mm-hmm. Stationary.
Everyone, 8 billion people. And then we've got 7 astronauts that say they're floating, living on the space station. I just don't believe the astronauts. I think the people at NASA are really believing in them. Do you get what I'm
Right.
saying?
Oh yeah.
The flat earthers proved that the globe is a belief and that space is a belief because the flat earthers don't believe it. Like that is the proof that it's a belief. No, it's objective. I don't believe it. Like it's something you have to either believe or not. You can't just say it's a fact or something.
Right.
I've seen the curvature. No one's seen the curvature.
Never felt motion. Never witnessed
Never.
curvature.
Never. If there's motion, you're probably terrified, and you should probably not be inside of a building. I think they learned that recently in Turkey, didn't they? The ground starts shaking, get out of the
Oh
buildings.
yeah, right.
Not a
Ugh.
good idea. You don't want to be buried in there and die,
Ugh.
or those poor people.
Yeah, smash that like, smash the
Yeah.
thumbs up, ladies and gentlemen. Share
Do
this
it.
out, please. This has been a great conversation. So, you recorded the eclipse a few
Yeah.
years
Do
ago.
you have that video or what?
I do. Yes, I do. I also got some snapshots of it.
That was a P900. Oh
Used
yeah,
a
that's
P900.
so cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is what
P900.
this is
So
what's wild right here. This. So you did
we're
this with a
looking at it.
P900.
We were looking at it, and I'm like, "What's that orange stuff I see around it?" So I zoomed in, and this is what it was. I don't know what it's cool.
It's like plasma. Like
Yeah, that's what it
solar
looks like.
flare plasma thing.
And that wasn't moving. It was just sitting there. But I could only see it for a number of seconds, but it it almost looks like if it was a flame, like it should be moving or something. But whoa,
Sorry. I
yeah,
didn't mean to freak you out with that.
copyright.
I paused it or I muted it.
They
But
were,
yeah.
yeah,
So this is with your
P900.
P900.
Look at that white around that. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's amazing. You can
It's like,
almost see the electromagnetic field, like
yeah,
going
the
from
shape
it
of that
almost.
light is
Right.
like how it is. Yeah, it's like it coming off in kind of more 2 ways than the other 2 ways a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is real time, and so it was like this. It was pretty much almost looked exactly like this for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I believe. And it was dark outside. It was the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I wish I could experience that, man.
I'm gonna
definitely
drive to
gonna.
see it again, I think, when there's another one coming up.
Yeah, there is.
Um,
I want to do the same thing.
I would say if you could bring your kids to that,
Mm-hmm.
that would be something they'll never forget their whole life.
Right.
Like like,
Exactly.
and the thing is what I like to see about when I went to it, there was a guy named Bruce that I met up with him, his wife and kids, and we went down there together. And it was cool to see the kids' reaction. They were pretty pretty young, and like it was
It has to be
my
quite the
reaction was weird too.
experience. Did you
Yeah.
feel this energy? Did you feel like you were getting downloads or uploads or, is
I
there any
felt
type of look at that, man. Look
I
at that.
just felt like like this is something that is happening on a massive, massive level. Like, like when we have a lunar eclipse and you see the moon being red,
Mm-hmm.
that's not from the Earth's atmosphere
No.
it's something happening way up in these uncontrollable skies, the like forbidden skies. That's what Donald Trump called them. The forbidden sky heavens or whatever. Well,
Believe me, believe me.
just think about it. They're like secret. Even NASA says they're trying to learn about it. Like everything about the darkness or the sky or the luminaries, the firmament, it's all like secrets. And we've been learning about these secrets. What kind of a time do we live in? That's crazy. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is wild, man. This is
Yeah,
some
it's pretty
amazing
neat.
footage, dude.
Yeah, I have more on my channel. Like I recorded for another 13 minutes. I did time lapses and stuff.
My thing is, what do you think? Have you ever heard of Rahu and Ketu?
I've heard about it and I'm not sold on it, but but at the same time, I couldn't, you know, if it's a body that you can't see, that would be the whole point, is that you can't
Right.
see it. So it's one of those things where I'm like, I'm not opposed to hearing people talk about it. You know what I mean? It's like,
Mhm.
to me, the Genesis account is pretty solid, but I there's a lot of things that we don't understand in one way at a certain time in our, learning
Right.
process. So
Oh, yeah.
I never say, no, that's not true. Because I
Right.
really don't know when it comes down to it.
To me, it's really fascinating when you, look at I think there's something to it with the Rahu and
Like it's
Ketu, I don't know it.
transparent or something.
Yeah, well, I feel like, maybe these magnetic fields of these luminaries, like the sun and the moon, when they're crossing paths, it creates this polarization effect, and maybe
Yeah, that makes sense because when like the moon, as it goes through its 28 days, it fills up with light, and then we like now tonight the moon's getting closer and closer to full,
right,
and then it's once it gets full, you're gonna see it start emptying out again, and then we'll have a new moon, which is where we can't even see it, and
right.
so it's always filling up and emptying out of light. Like that's what it looks like anyway. And it does
Yeah,
it
it
very
does,
uniform across across the thing.
very much so. And
The moon is mysterious too. That's
oh, yeah, 100%.
they landed a rover on that, or they landed a lander on that. It made a construction paper and
Tweaker shelter,
toothpicks. Yeah,
straight up
curtain
tweaker
rods.
shelter. I wanna show you this video right here. I gotta grab it. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
And then they came back, and the drunk guy kept telling the world that they never went.
Right?
He couldn't figure it out. He said he's been keeping a secret for 50 years with his buddy.
I heard that he told his grandkids that they never went,
He
that
was
he
probably
never
drunk, and he probably did.
right?
He said,
Done spoke too much.
it he said something like, "It didn't happen, and that's the way it happened."
Yeah. So
Okay.
check this out, this video right here, you can see another body, or maybe I'm tripping, and I know this guy right here, he's, anyways. Um, so when you watch this, take a close look at
We
this.
got that one thing in common, don't forget,
What's
right?
that? Oh,
Or
yeah.
you're
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
you know
yeah,
what I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I know what you mean. Yeah, we agree.
That's all I'm saying, it's like, everybody like, that every time I think of that, it makes me think of how, like, precious and complicated and complex every single one of us is.
Every single
Every single
one
one
of
is,
us.
and so all those things, and we can have conversations and get, different ideas and things. This is like food, like
Mhm.
for a human being to be able to possess all of these abilities and all, and like eat food and like have like food growing out of the ground and stuff, and rain falling out of the sky, water. Hey, water's come down from heaven. Like there's a lot of things that are like, what?
Mhm. You seeing that though, passing by? Have you
I'm
seen this
just see
video?
Hey, you
Hold
know
on.
what? I have a video. I have a time
Right here,
lapse.
look, 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 you see that?
Yeah,
That thing passing by back there.
that's weird. I think I have seen this video before. That is really
And look,
weird.
check it out, look at that thing.
That's just a lens flare.
Yeah, right? Right?
Then why is it like, if it's a lens flare,
Not
that's
moving
pretty
like one.
interesting. Let's talk about that, because that would what everyone would be like, that's just a diffraction or something like that. Okay, if
Right,
it is, let's talk about it. Why is it moving so slowly and uniform across the screen?
right.
Because something's moving across the moon, not the earth. Like, think
Mhm.
about it. If the like, why would you get a reflection out of your camera of something moving across the screen if you're just looking at the moon? What is moving across? That is weird. I have seen that video, I think, but that was a while ago, and I guess I never came to a conclusion. Like, that's kind of weird.
I'm about to put the link in here for you guys in the chat, and then I'll grab this one. This one's titled, Do Rahu and Ketu cause lunar eclipses over a flat Earth?
You gonna play it?
Well, that was basically it.
Oh,
It
okay.
was that
Yeah, that
showing
okay. I
the
thought you were talking
thing.
about a different one.
Oh, no, 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 but I mean, there's more. It's just like a 20-minute video, and it's on the Telegram. But, to me, it's I don't know what's going on up here, but I do feel like there is many luminaries that because our physical capabilities, we can only see in a very, very, very tiny light spectrum compared
Yeah.
to everything that's going on up out there. So
Yeah. Like infrared or
yeah, yeah,
different light spectrums. And actually, if you think about it, like, you know how the other ideas that someone have why some of those colors show up in the sky, like when the sun goes down, is the noble gases that are in the upper atmosphere. They actually turn that color when you charge them, like however they do that, like fluorescent bulbs, similar to that kind of.
mhm,
Um, but those gases are up there naturally. So is the sun just making them bright? You know what I mean? Because
right.
we can actually, it was Dan Dimension or something, or yeah, I think that was a channel, Dan Dimension. He actually did that. Like, actually had a video where they had, I don't know what kind of gas it was, like argon or whatever those noble gases are.
Yeah,
And the colors, like you could get the blue sky and all those
yeah,
colors.
dude.
So,
Zach Zabala,
oh yeah,
around
Zach.
media, he's came on the show and has
Yeah.
shown us that, you know?
Yeah. That's like, if you think about it, it's all layered. You know how when like sometimes you can look at the horizon if the moon's coming up or something like that, and it's like purple down there, and then you
Right.
go above it and it blends into pink, and then by the time
Mhm.
you look up above that, it's blended back into blue. But when you look at it, you don't even notice that it's blending perfectly all those different colors.
Right.
Like, if you look at one part of it, it's a totally opposite color or whatever as a different part, but somehow it's the same blended. That's what the gases would do. Like, if you had different color, the gases would be like with density or whatever, they'd be at different levels. You would see like no matter where you are, you would see a different angle of all that. So like the idea like David Weiss says about the sun may not be what we're seeing when we look at the sun. We might be seeing like a focal point of
Yeah.
where the light, because of where we are on the ground. If we move to another place, it would look different. And which
Yeah, and the way
that's
they act, the way these, bodies like the sun, they don't act like physical objects, you know, and I don't like calling it a projection anymore, but a focal point,
I like
um
that focal point makes a little bit of sense.
right, and it's,
Yeah.
you know, the actual position of this luminary, I don't know, it could be the center, could be at the center somewhere, it could be this black sun or this, I don't know. It could be this event horizon on the edge of this supposed black hole. I don't know. You know, there's many theories. I've heard a theory of this actual sun being held in this cradle in the center of this vortex, kind of like how the baby's in the manger in this cradle. And it's the focal point is out here in this medium. Um,
Mhm.
and the umbilical cord to all of these luminaries is this Milky Way that we see in the sky, you know, and it's the umbilical cord to this toroidal field.
I
And
didn't know I had this on my channel. I'm gonna send you a, it's pretty cool.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
11/19/21, there was an eclipse. Or maybe it was like a couple days before that. But a lunar eclipse though. And
You want to put it in the private chat?
yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. My phone just is went off here a little bit. Let's see. I gotta find out where we are. Okay, it was just like a time lapse of um the lunar eclipse, and I filmed the whole thing. I remember now, but I think I was out there quite a few hours. I just put it in the private chat.
All right.
It's just a time lapse, and you don't have to play a sound. It'll get you a copyright strike or whatever. Not a strike, but
Yeah,
whatever they do.
YouTube don't like that for some reason. They be tripping.
Nope, they don't.
Always tripping on us. Lunar eclipse 11/19.
Yeah. Like, how could someone talk you into the idea that this is caused by the Earth? What the heck?
Yes, it's
As I'm filming it, remember, I'm standing on the Earth. So
mhm.
this is up in the sky.
Look at that.
This, I think that was just with my iPhone I had sticking up to my telescope or something. I can't remember.
I
See
was
how it
trying to
like
do that. It's
switches?
hard to do.
It is. I could do it better now even because I actually made my own equatorial mount.
Nice.
and I've tested it out. It works really good.
Nice, dude.
I actually bought like an older telescope that had 2 sidereal motors and everything, and I took it all apart and just used the motors and the turning mechanism, and put I used a piece of PVC pipe you can mount the camera onto. Like, it's just I don't know, little place where I have like a camera thing where it just snaps on, or it's like a tripod, but it moves, you know.
They Live Sunglasses says, "Sometimes it feels like this earth is a giant machine." Yeah, maybe a machine or maybe this thing is just alive. It's a
What about
living thing.
what Rick Hummer says? Like, what material, matter, where does it come from? Doesn't it come out of water, like in caves, like water's running in
Yeah,
caves, and if they start getting smaller, and all these minerals build up as
yeah,
rock?
mhm.
Like, that's what Rick was saying to me, and I was like, you and him talked about that too, didn't you?
Yeah, we haven't had it's been a while. I was gonna call him the other day, I reached out to him, but yeah, we talked a little bit about that, and it's
I never thought about it that way.
like, to me, it seems like, I heard this also from Karen B and Cammy and them, and then it's like, there was this originally, there was water. Even someone in the chat said that at the beginning of the stream that, what was here before anything? Water.
Yeah,
So,
well, and it said in the Bible, it said there was darkness upon the face of the deep,
yeah,
and the
and then
Spirit
there
of
was
God.
light.
Yeah, and then he made light, and then all this
So,
started or whatever.
I feel like if, the light was created, this electromagnetic field is in existence, life, energy, that spark happened,
Mhm.
and it caused this separation of the waters below from the waters below above, but the waters below, all the minerals stayed below. And
And
that's
then
what caused the land to
yeah,
rise from the deep, like
yeah,
crystals growing, boom, and the land was formed,
and
and
the
then the
deep's
waters
still
of
there.
the deep
The
is still
deep's still
there.
there, but
Yeah,
all this stuff can come out of it because the deep is, like, big or whatever,
right.
like, it that makes sense to me, 'cause it's something not that we necessarily would wanna try to demonstrate, but I'm saying we've seen, like, in caves for sure, like, where there's constant running water. It's these minerals, they gather up and they build themselves up. I guess they grow. Like,
I can show you a little demonstration.
and there's a verse that says something about standing out of the water and in the water. Um, I should look that one up.
Let me see if I can find this video. Oh, yep, this is it. Nope, this isn't it. Nope, not this one. So there's this video. Ooh, where is it? Oh man, sorry guys. I'm looking for this video real quick. Let me see if I can find it. Here, I'll put it in here.
I like what Thomas said. He said the word spoke it all into existence, because that's what the Bible
Yes,
says.
yes. That's
Is
what I'm
that
trying
the
to say.
sound of his voice it's powerful enough to just, as he says it, the thing that he desired to happen happens immediately because he declared it. Like, that's how powerful God is. And
All
like,
right, I got the video. I'm
okay,
gonna play
cool.
this video, and then I want to read something while we're watching this because it's pretty cool. Where's it at? I just had it. Hold on. I just had it,
Can I
and
go
I
over a
have it.
question? Tiffany
Go ahead.
Vinci
Go ahead.
said, and wouldn't God be considered dark since he existed before light was created? Just a thought. Well, I think that he's something other than that. He is light. And like, he does exist. Like in Psalms it says um his pavilion round about him is dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. Like, he dwells in that, and it says it calls him, the darkness, his secret place. He made it his secret place or whatever. So it's a place where there's like mystery, and he dwells in it, but I don't think all the time. I think he dwells in, but I don't think dark in a bad way, but just a thought.
So let me read this. Let
All
me hit
right.
play on this.
Oh, crystal growth.
Yeah, so watch this. All right, so in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Light is sound, frequency, vibration, and the Creator's light caused earth to grow out of the depths of the water. The Creator spoke everything into existence, literally shaping the earth. Everything is fractal from the micro to the macro. We have this.
And the face of the deep is frozen. That's what it says in Job too. The face of the deep is frozen, and I just picture the sun going around in this circle,
Yes.
melting,
Oh my
melting
gosh.
as far as it needs to. So,
Yes,
like
dude.
when people say Antarctica being the edge, I can see that. I could totally see that. But what I'm saying is, it the firmament doesn't have to sit down in Antarctica. The firmament doesn't have to sit down anywhere because no one's ever been out there. Like no
Right.
one goes that far. Because if you go like if it were possible, and I don't even think it is, but if you were to go to where you were at the far edges of where the sun can reach, like the heat of the sun can reach, you're going to get to a solid place that's ice, solid. There's no going further than that. I don't think
Solid
anyone's ever
air.
gotten there. Solid
Solid
air, yeah, it
air,
would be
dude.
the same as, um, but it would be hard though. So that's when we were talking about velocity of sound, the speed of sound. That I think when they are taking these rockets to these high speeds, that's to get into the winds of heaven. Like so the solar system, it's not how it's not like my understanding, and people, have their strong beliefs about the firmament and what it is and stuff, but I think that the firmament is the end of heaven and earth, and it is like earth's below it and the stars are in it. It's like an area. It's an area that has, it could be small if the stars were like flat, or yeah, I don't really try to put a physical understanding or like explanation to it. But
Right. I like
but
calling it a celestial shelf. Shout out to
yeah,
Prevalent
yeah.
Trivium. He I heard
And
that
we
from
know
him
that
first.
there's darkness there because
Mhm.
that's what got, like, the earth was underneath it, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, but then he said, "Let there be light." Otherwise, none of it was seen, right? None of it
Right.
was ever even seen. And then so when he created the light, all of a sudden you could see the earth was with, or he created the light, saw that it was good, and he divided it from the darkness. So there's like, however that works, there's darkness and then there's light, there's day and there's night. And that all makes sense perfectly with how this world works. The sun comes around and it becomes daytime, and we spend our day awake, and then it goes away. Like we still use the Bible, the God of the Bible, we still use his terms for these things,
Mhm.
like dark and light, and it's simple things like that. But so if darkness is a medium of what they call space, it's like a moving emptiness. It's a falling it, like, where if you went into it, you'd fall forever. That's exactly what the solar system is. Everything in it has to be going sideways around some other larger body because of gravity in order to exist there. That's why when people talk about like craters on the moon or whatever, if the moon has 1/5 of the gravity of Earth, it shouldn't have anything coming in at it sideways,
Right.
or I mean perpendicular. It couldn't
Straight
happen.
on.
And the same thing where like the Earth, anything coming in from outside of the Earth that we ever look up and see is going in a straight line across the sky, just choo, and it's going fast. And usually, if it's like, there's a few things that have been filmed, like just recently, one of the dragon trunks that they were coming back from the space station to land in the ocean down by you guys.
Right.
Um,
And I've seen that. I've seen
yeah,
that come back down with my
yeah,
own
and
eyes. And
you can,
I'm
it's
like
like a fireball,
cities
right?
away. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
I've seen
fireball.
them come back down. Before I've seen that with my own two eyes, I thought that was all like CGI. That's not real. But I'm
there's
seeing
something
it all
happening.
the time at my job. I can
Yep.
see them coming back down, and it's
Yep. And
yeah.
the whole city, like your town makes a big deal of it down there, don't they?
Everyone stops
Yep.
what they're doing,
They
and they
stop
are
what they're
looking
doing,
up.
they go find their
Everyone.
vantage point,
Yep.
and they wait for it to happen.
Phones are out. They're all
Yep.
watching it.
Yep.
They're all in awe,
Same thing like with these landing
capturing their
when they do
minds.
the Falcon, especially when they do the Falcon Heavy, like it depends on for landing the boosters again, it depends on how hard of a mission they're going on or whatever. The last one they did, they didn't try to land any of them because they needed all that fuel to go
Mhm.
or whatever they're trying the orbit they were trying to go to or whatever. But they land those back where they launch. So you'll see the launch like in Cape Canaveral, and then they come back to they have like it's maybe 5 miles away from there or something. Like you can see it from wherever you are. You can see
Yeah.
the thing come back down and land. It's
Yeah,
like,
you've seen there's time lapse now where it's all the way up, coming all the way back down.
yep. And the weird thing is that, like, this is what's awesome about that. Okay. There's a lot of people that every time I make a video of something like that, someone's like, they're just playing that in reverse. That's fake. Good.
Right.
I agree. Like, if that's how you,
Yeah, just don't buy it,
understand it.
bro.
No, I'm just saying, if that's how you understand it, that means you've overcome a lie. You've
Right.
overcome, you don't have to know every detail, do we?
Mhm.
We know it's a lie.
Right.
So that's why I say when people say, no, they're faking it, I'm like, be careful because maybe they are not even people. And I don't think it's explainable with just people because we're the ones seeing the truth. Get what I'm saying? Like there's not these elite people in the world that have the truth and are hiding it. It's just that we're the only ones seeing it. Like everyone's hiding it. Everyone is believing. If you're believing in a globe, first of all, you're believing that you're rotating. Come on.
Yeah, it's
That's
ridiculous.
hard for me to believe that the ground is rotating because I live on the
Three
one that's
different
not.
directions, unfathomable speeds,
And it's not
simultaneous.
moving. That's the
Mm-mm.
biggest part. Like I had a conversation with my dad and you've had these everyone's had these conversations where I like laid it out pretty well. I said, "What is your evidence that the earth is rotating?" Like that's how science would, you'd think something was happening as a result of something you're observing. And he goes, "Well, um I said, let me give you my evidence." I said, the evidence that the earth is at rest is right here. And I touched it. I touched the
Yeah.
floor and I'm like, right here. You can touch it. You can feel it.
It's
This is,
literally that simple, and
this
it
is
will
the
sound
biggest
insane to
evidence.
people, man.
This
You
evidence,
saying that, people
yeah.
would think you are insane, but that is the absolute
But you're
truth.
in the room with them.
Right.
Like that, especially like something profound about that. I'm touching the ground saying this part is the one that's not moving. And I'm saying that because I'm right now we are looking at it, witnessing it, observing it not moving. So
Right.
and then the only evidence I've ever gotten from anyone is they point at the sky and say, "See, stars are turning." And I'm like, "Why are you talking
Right.
about the earth turning then?
They just
Clearly
said
the
this. They
stars
just
are."
said it too. They're like,
They
"Look, the
did just
stars
say
are
it.
turning." Yeah, they
And
are
they're
turning.
arguing with you from a place that's not turning.
Right.
That's the weird part. But no, us having this conversation might help other people someday realize
Right.
that it is a simple truth or lie. Like
Mhm.
if we ask ourselves that question about the rotation, it it's very true that everyone on earth, like 8 billion people, do observe what appears to be an earth that's at rest. And like I know Einstein even kind of was saying something like that, and Austin brings it up, and MC Toon brings it up, and they kind of MC
McToon
Toon, you're
lies
short.
about it.
You're short, man. You came up short. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, do you know that he has my Nikon P1000 right now?
Does he? I know you
Yep.
guys met up and
Yeah, I
took a
borrowed it to
picture.
him, and I just had I'll text him or call him one day, and I just haven't, and I'm sure it's just sitting at his house,
He's
but he
not
went to
using
on
it.
vacation or something to Florida or something, or Mexico or something. I can't remember.
Dude,
But
he
yeah, so we're gonna
has
meet up
to
soon. I'm
be
gonna meet up with him sometime soon. I'm sure.
ugh, man, he has to just be the most full of shit,
Yeah,
and I don't think he's a shill, I just think
he really just really believes in that globe.
Yeah, that's that's
Um,
what I think too.
you know what he said to
And
me?
they're
He go
liars.
when I was borrowing the camera, he goes, "I hope you don't mind if I prove the globe with it." I'm like, "Go ahead, man." He's a funny guy. He's a nice guy. Like, he has his, like you saw I don't know if you saw a video I put out about him, the last one that I put out about him, he wasn't being nice, but I still say he's a nice guy. He was being like, "Flat earthers, 'cause you're stupid, every last one of you," or whatever, and I'm like, if that's the outlook you take you like, the stance you have or you take, that's awful. So many of us are literally telling you that our lives have been changed because we've seen something. We're
Mhm.
witnesses of this awesome thing, and it sounds so dumb in this world, but until you try to see it, hard on you. Too bad.
Right.
If you try to see it, I believe, like, I will say this, that I believe something supernatural, something from above or in heaven or some spirit comes down and helps you do things just like Jesus said in the Bible, I'll send the spirit of truth. So
McToon pawned it, bro. He done pawned your camera.
yeah, yeah. That's why I haven't called it back yet. I'm like, I don't want to yet.
He's like, "Hold on, I gotta get it back first, dog.
He
I'm
needed some
sorry."
more of that globe crack down the road. I want that ball. I'm taking his ball away. I'm even borrowing the camera that like killed the ball. You
I need that rock.
remember that meme going around where there was like the NASA logo guy and then the Nikon P1000 or 900 guy, and the NASA's like, what did he say? He's like, dude, come on. Like NASA was like saying to Nikon, he's like, dude, come on. I
Yeah.
can't remember exactly. And then
Believe
Nikon's
me,
like, it's
man.
just a joke or whatever. Or it's just a, yeah,
Oh,
just a
man.
goof. But no,
So,
yeah.
what do you think about, shout out to Jeremy just purchasing a Melodome T-shirt, another Melodome T-shirt. I appreciate that, man. Much love to you, Jeremy. Um,
Nicktoon might have pawned it. That's
yeah,
funny.
right. But, what is your thoughts on I wanna get your thoughts on the afterlife. We've been talking about that over
Yeah.
here on Sunday. Um, you know, I
I don't
might as
know.
right. I don't
Have you
know.
been watching any of those near death experience videos that have been going kind of popular on YouTube?
Recently
Yeah,
or
recently, like there's
no?
quite a few channels that have popped up doing storytelling or whatever. Um, a couple channels, one of them that I'm subscribed to is really good. Heaven Awaits.
Heaven
They
awaits.
they do near death experience stories, and another one, Stranger Stories, I think. And maybe that's the only two I can think of right now. But I've just listened to a lot of those near death experiences. These are people that have had some kind of medical emergency and have either died or close to dying or whatever. And they had something happen to them. And this is not just a small amount of people. This is lots of people that go to the hospital with something and either have a close call or whatever. Um, there's a guy on my channel. I became friends with him. His name's Seth, and this is years and years ago. He said, I met Jesus, and he had a heart attack at like, I don't remember his age, but he's pretty young, like 20 something. Had a heart attack and told his story about it and told like this story of going and meeting God. And like it was the most amazing thing or whatever. I had a dream once where I went up to this mountain. I drove like this station wagon with people in the back up this mountain up into the clouds, and there was the city up there. And I went up there, and there was a pool that was like kids were playing, and it was like only like waist deep. And I was in the pool, just kind of I was facing the one direction, and then I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I looked, and it was like a hand that was like going up from there. It was like I looked up, and I knew it was Jesus. Like in my dream, he was like 9 or 10 feet tall. He didn't say anything either, but he was showing me all this stuff, and I'm like, was that even a dream? I don't even think that was a dream. I think I went up there. Like, I went up to this place that's
Like
real.
a out of body experience?
Yeah, and I was doing that's what I was doing with those people that were in my station wagon. We were going up this skinny road, and these big trucks were trying to knock us off the road. Like, we would have died if we would have went off the road. But when we got up there, we were doing drywall. We were doing like the final coats of drywall in this building. And it was a long story, but this lady came down from somewhere came down some stairs, and she's like, "This room has to be perfect." And I'm like, look around, I realize there's all these people with me, and we're all doing the walls in this room, just finishing it up. And I'm like, it made me, it made my mind go to a couple different places in scripture. There's one place in Second Esdras that he sees this multitude of people, and they were like, there was one person that was among them that was way taller than all of them, and it was the Son of God. And I'm like, yeah, he was tall. He was super tall. But
Well, for record, I think that maybe a lot of these people back then were much taller. I think
I think they
everything's
are,
probably
yeah.
bigger, animals, plants,
Second, the
humans.
Apocrypha, Second Esdras, that's what he said, that the earth produces people, like not like a mother, but I mean like the materials that they're made out of, the dust or whatever that we're made out of. The
Right,
earth produces them. And as the younger generations are the healthy ones, and the very last generations are the very smallest of, so the stature changes throughout time. Like every generation, like is of a smaller stature than the previous one, if that's
right.
the right word.
Something. Modern Christians don't think people actually die. So my thing is with that,
The body dies.
yeah, I think the body dies
I think the
for
body
sure.
dies, and I think that um, the soul goes to that place of in Jesus had a parable about Abraham's bosom and Lazarus, rich man, and basically there's this great divide in between the two sides, and there was a side where Abraham and all the the prophets were, and all those people, and then the other side was this side of torment, and
Yeah, so
you
there's
couldn't
like this
go from one to the other.
because Judgment Day is a singular event, supposedly,
So
right?
it's like, yeah, so it's like everybody's waiting for
It's like the waiting room,
yep, yep.
and one side is
And they're
hell,
waiting for a resurrection actually also. So,
right?
I don't know if what the order of things is, but that they're awaiting the
All right. So
resurrection.
my question is, if that's so, let's say because these are where my thoughts run. So I have relatives who are dead. Are they still them? Do you think that they could still be themselves in this other place, or like Chris Flatman X has said, like we have different names given to us?
Um, the Bible says we have a different name given to us.
Okay.
I'll find it. I'm not going to try to do any more looking up of anything on my computer. I think it just makes it go into that slow mode. We're at like
Yeah. No,
we
you're
have a
good.
good connection, I think now, but um, in
Well,
Revelation, he says that I will write upon him my new name or something like that.
okay.
I'll find it here. But no, like you're saying, I think you're aware of everything in somewhat the same way.
Yeah.
Like you're aware uh that you lived a life and that you had passed or whatever. But
Okay.
I don't know if there's like time for that place. So however that would be, like if you and I if we're going on vacation in a week, we have to wait that week. Like
Mm-hmm.
we have this time that we're like literally bound within. So we think of everything that way too. But if something was outside of time, but still had awareness that it was alive at a point in time.
Oh, I'm losing you. You there? And I lost him. Lost his connection. And we lost him. Are we still live? Um, where is this? Okay, Boo Ranch says, "Why resurrection if you're not dead? You're teaching physical. Scripture says the soul dies." So scripture does say the soul die? It says the soul dies? Because my thing is, there is more okay, so my thing is, I don't know.
I shouldn't have
I
said nothing.
You jinxed it. Right here, Boo Ranch in the chat says, right here, where's it at? Where's that? Where's that? Why a resurrection if you are not dead? Scriptures say the soul dies.
Well, there's it says like in the Bible, it's appointed to every man to die, right? And so that there's that, but then there is a certain group of people that Paul mentions that'll be alive, like living. There'll be the people in the world. Oh, I think you might be losing me again.
No. Are you there? Yep. Lost him again. Because to me, I don't know. All right, so I'm not trying to offend anybody, and I do think that this place is created. I believe that this place has a creator. I don't think that this creator is some bipedal figure. We are created in his image. Well, maybe we are, maybe it's water. We are mostly water. I don't know. And to me, it's like I feel like this life is just that much more special if we there could be this beautiful afterlife, but a part of me feels like maybe this energy, this soul and all this is borrowed and I have it for the time being and then I have to give it back. Or if there is this afterlife, I'm given this new name, myself, the name given to me, this is the life that I know. This is all I know right now. Austin Thompson, the physicality of myself and my family and all these things will cease to exist. And maybe my energy, my soul transmutes into something else. Like it's always alchemy, always changing. There's a different phase. Yeah, that's my bias.
Yeah, it's hard. Like for you, you're thinking like, what part of your awareness or your consciousness is existing without this world and this skin and meat and bones that you have, right? You're saying like what part, and I guess maybe
I'm losing him again. He's getting cut out again. No.
I'll leave and come back. Give me a minute.
Okay. All right. Nah. Oh man, yeah, this has been a good conversation for sure. Creation is absolute, even for atheists who believe in the Big Bang. I try to never use the word God when discussing that concept. Yeah. Maybe I'll drop the link, see if someone else wants to hop on. Trouble and you're in the chat. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll put the link in the chat. If anyone wants to hop on, spend the last 30 minutes together. And real quick, guys, yeah, jump on, Troubling. Thank you, Thomas. I believe this has been an amazing conversation as well. I hope Joe can get the internet working or get that connection back. Um, but yeah, Troubling, I just put the link in the chat. But Boo Ranch, Melodome, thanks for doing these talks and being open and civil. We are all progressing. Yes, absolutely, dude. Absolutely, Boo Ranch, and I'm glad you're here enjoying the conversation. Are you there, Joe?
Yeah, maybe this will help. I have no idea.
Well,
Hopefully,
I hear you. I hear you loud and clear now. I dropped a
for
link in the
now.
chat. See if Troubling wanted to jump on. He said he's
Yeah,
going to join.
troubling. I can't wait to hear him talk with Sean because those guys they'll have. I know that'll be good.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I've been. I'm seeing because I'm part of all these Telegram groups, and I've seen that kind of get set up. I've
Okay,
seen the
I
conversations happening.
I'm not on Telegram, so
Dude, you need to get on Telegram.
it really is it something that you do from your phone usually or what?
Oh yeah, you can do it from your phone and you can do it from your
Oh
computer,
man,
and it's the best way to from now, like the stuff I was just bringing up on screen. I grabbed it from my phone to
right?
my computer just using
Okay.
Telegram. It's a beautiful thing,
Oh, it's
and
yeah.
there's so
Okay, I
much
see what you're
info
saying.
being shared, and there's great groups on there, like the Melodome group, Witsits group, Jaren's group.
Okay.
There's many on there,
I
and
better do it then, huh?
yeah, it's worth it.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. There's good information on there.
Someone told me to go on TikTok too, and then now I spend half my time making TikTok videos. No, I'm just kidding. I don't spend that.
Dude, you will lose some time on Telegram.
Hey,
It's
I
great.
got whoops. I got on TikTok, I got 9,517 followers.
How much?
9,500.
Nice. You're close to
Yeah.
10.
Yeah,
Screw
real
that.
close.
They can
For
start
some reason,
monetizing.
I thought that it was at like 99 in my mind, like last night. So I'm like, oh, when I wake up in the morning, I wonder if I'll have 10,000. And I woke up in the morning, it was 9,500.
Nice.
It's like, oh,
Trouble in Tribune. Oh, I forgot you got
what's up?
injured, bro.
What?
I forgot.
I didn't hear about that. Let's hear. What did you do?
Well,
It was
you know,
a bad debate.
I
It was a
don't
bad debate.
yeah, a little rough in the after show, if you know what I mean.
He got a little rough.
There was a showdown.
So my family
Trouble in Tribune, everybody. Trouble in Tribune.
what is up, everybody? Thanks for having me. So yeah, sorry to show up I guess a little out of costume. I was celebrating Beltane via some outdoor activities, doing some longboarding, and I
Oh.
hit a rock and went flying forward and effed my wrist up pretty good. So
How fast were you going?
I don't even know. Pretty
Don't want to
fast.
think about it.
It was fast enough to be a little startling, but
Oh, a little, yeah.
yeah, I don't think it's broken. I said no hospitals, so I don't know,
Ooh,
but it's
you'll know, I think, if you just wiggle it around a little bit.
well, here's the thing, right? Like, so the whole hand was swollen, but like it wasn't purple, so I was like, okay, that's a good sign. And I have a little bit of mobility in my fingers, but I can't really
Oh,
move my wrist too much. But it's only day 2, so I'm holding out hope.
so that was really bad. You know, you can do what they do at the doctor. They can't like magically make your hand unbroken, but they will wrap it up. Just for you've probably done that. So
Oh yeah,
I'm in the same way. I now back in the day, I used to go get all IV'd up and everything when I'd get hurt. Like I almost died in the hospital one time, but like I don't. I it's I'm like scared to go. Not scared, but I like think it's the best idea to stay far away from there. That's
yeah.
my thoughts.
Yeah, the last time I really went in for something major besides my shoulder, like I guess the time before that, I had like a ridiculous reaction to morphine, and it's like, I
That's
don't.
why I almost died. Was I had they told me to take amoxicillin, and I took it for 5 days, which that's very common. People take that all the time. I took the whatever they told me to take for 5 days, and then I was in the hospital for a week after that because I was allergic to it. I didn't know that. They didn't know that. So now I know it was bad, but made it out.
Thomas Morgan, yeah, I wouldn't want them to force the jab on you.
Yeah,
That chance, right? That chance. They couldn't force the jabs on my, getting all tongue tied, youngest son.
good,
And they couldn't force the ridiculous treatment on my wife when she was going into preterm. So, and he's looking really good.
good. Think about that. That
Hey, real
this is
quick, you mentioned
oh.
you had a ridiculous thing with morphine. I did too. I fell in love with it.
You
I
kicked the
got
poison,
hooked.
though. You kicked
Oh
it, right?
man, I was. Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm not. I done broke them chains a few years ago. And speaking of that, I've been getting some messages from people in the mellowship, people signing up, sending out awesome messages, letting me know that me and Kaylee, the story I've shared of us breaking those chains and changing our lives have been a real
Powerful.
inspiration for people. Yeah,
Yeah,
very powerful
powerful.
testimony.
Yep.
So, you know.
It says that in Revelation, they overcame the devil, you guys, by their testimonies.
Oh man,
A
dude, I
and,
just got goosebumps.
well, it says that in Revelation 12, it says they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb, which would be the Son of God or the creator of matter and whatever. And by the word of their testimony, and they didn't love their lives to the death. So that kind of says to me that they gave their testimony and didn't really care about the consequences of it.
So, we got Andrew B. What's up, Andrew? How you doing, brother?
What's
Oh,
up,
good
Andrew?
evening, everybody. Oh, damn, Troublin, what did you do exactly? You broke your arm?
I didn't. I hope I didn't. I haven't gone to the hospital, so I don't know. But I
Oh
injured.
man.
I'm just gonna say that I injured my wrist, and I hope it's just a really bad sprain.
He will mute people out of his debates a little slower. So a reaction time is a little bit,
Oh, dude. So the funniest part about it, not to make it all about me, but it's my writing hand. And so it's
Oh,
made everything like you really realize how incompetent you are, unless you're ambidextrous. And I was like, holy crap, I wonder if this is how my kids feel trying to like learn how their motor skills.
yeah.
Right.
It's really funny.
Well, I just wanted to add a little something to this because I'll say as a preface, I think a lot of people understand my point of view when it comes to religion. I don't believe in
That's
any
why I'm
religion.
glad you came on.
Right.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know that's why
yeah,
you
I
jumped
wanna
on,
hear it
and I
too.
know that's why Troublin jumped on. I want to get into it, and yeah, I know you guys are respectful.
We
We
already
can have
got
a
a
healthy
diverse,
conversation.
beliefs going on, don't we? I mean, like,
Yeah.
and I like that. Like, Troubling Tribune, and I know that he is on a sort of different page with the Bible. That doesn't matter.
Right.
So,
But go
yeah.
ahead, Andrew.
Right. So I am not an atheist at all. I've never been an atheist. But when I came to Flat Earth, I moved out of the agnostic point of view into the creation is absolute and you cannot get away from that, even if you are an atheist. And Rahu and Ketu was brought up a little bit earlier. And I actually have a book that was given to me by my Hindu buddy. It's right here. Well, it's backwards, right? Oops.
Yeah, you can
Oh,
change
cool.
that in the settings, the mirror.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah,
Rahu
Rahu
Ketu
and
Yeah, the
Ketu
Rahu Ketu
experience.
experience. I'm not going to try and change that at the moment.
I lost my
It's just-
pen.
okay.
Damn it,
Anyways,
I gotta
yeah, it's
write
called
it
the Rahu Ketu experience. It's about almost 400 pages long, and it goes into some really deep, like science, esoteric types of things because Rahu and Ketu is esoteric by its own nature.
Mhm.
And I don't have a YouTube channel because I have to be very careful about what I actually discuss online because of my job. So this, I think, is a very safe kind of a thing for me to do a YouTube channel on and just kind of do what Karen B has been doing with the anti-religious scripture, just going through, chapter by chapter in the Bible. And it's going to take her probably another 2 years to get through the entire Bible. So I think it might be kind of cool if anyone's interested in actually having that read out loud and having a discussion on it. I think I might actually create a YouTube channel just for that one specific topic.
Do it.
Yes,
I
dude,
actually
absolutely.
I don't know anything really about those Rahu and Ketu except for like the general buzz that people, talk about it being like bodies that we can't see or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, any info on that I'm always like interested in,
And then I also might do like some electrical type of videos and stuff because I'm,
Hell
quite
yeah,
knowledgeable.
Andrew, do it, bro.
Do it. You could even because you do trivia a lot, right? Or is that something
Oh,
you
yeah, that's an
Oh
understatement.
yeah,
No,
an
so what I'm saying is like
understatement for sure.
that's a good channel right there. Go on TikTok and do some trivia and you'll be big on TikTok.
I've never been on TikTok. I have no intention on
That
going
probably
there.
would be good on there, but we could.
Oh,
I mean,
TikTok is good for that kind of stuff for
he'd be doing
shorter
he'd be
videos.
doing the trivia over here, trivia
Yep.
for charity.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah, Troubling Tribune it was against Jaren last time. Is that what it was? And Troubling
He is the
Tribune
champ.
started off like, he wanted to dazzle the crowd by making sure that Jaren looked like he was going to win. Jaren got way out ahead, way out ahead. And then Troubling came back and closed it off. It was good to
So,
see
what are your
Jaren
guys' thoughts
going back to the globe.
on tonight's conversation? You know, how much have you caught, Troubling? What do you guys? What's your take on this?
So I have been I've been in and out of it to say the least. But it from what I've been catching, it's been a really fire conversation. And I do love hearing this different points of view. I actually have a conversation coming up with Kingdom in Context tomorrow, actually.
I'm
So that's
excited for that.
gonna be a pretty good conversation as well.
And what are you going to be talking about? Do you have topic points already, or?
So we are going to be talking about enclosed cosmology and a couple other things. I had to pull up the
The
email.
creator, right? I think
Yeah,
something was about the creator. Yeah.
Definitely going to be going to have that involved. And just like with Andrew and Austin, I'm not an atheist either, but I'm certainly wouldn't consider myself a Christian or a Bible believer. I think that none of the religions really have it exactly right, but they all offer a lot of really compelling insight on culture and the way people think and what people hold as their highest ideals. It's actually a really, really good look into psychology when you piece it all together. And then you can have, you couple that into, real world experiences that people have with astral projection, lucid dreaming, and near death experiences, etc. Then I think we can start to build a really clear picture of sort of what's going on here. I know it's a little cliche because we don't have necessarily the dead around to ask, like, hey, what happens after you die, right? But I think that, with the what's the word I'm looking for? The the gathering of evidence, the preponderance of evidence, right? I think that that's the more that continues, the more it's going to lead us to the direction that there's obviously some sort of afterlife. I think the big part of the debate comes in is like, is it going to be conscious or not? Right? Are you going to maintain consciousness after you die, or is that going to be, um, something
Higher,
on with the wind?
maybe, you know?
Correct.
Well,
That's
even
what
Rob
I'm
Skiba said that he thinks that when he dies, that he just goes into an ultimate sleep. That's what he actually said, and he's the one that I would actually say. I think Jaren said the same thing. Is that if he was going to be Christian, that's the person he would follow because he was the most polite, eloquent, and proper and knowledgeable when it came to the subject of that. But I still couldn't get behind it.
That's actually very, very biblical. When you get through all the mistranslations and BS that's pushed from the church and get down to the original scriptures, it actually does say that death is just the great sleep, and you pretty much sleep, until the end when the earth and the sea and then everything gives up their dead for the last day
Yep.
of judgment.
Yep. That's like referred to as the resurrection or the day of the Lord or whatever, right?
Right, but how could anyone ever actually know that though? Just because it was written in a book?
No, you could know it on the day, I suppose. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
other
Okay.
than that, it is a matter of faith, right? It's a belief,
It's
and
one of the unfulfilled prophecies.
yeah, and like if there is a war that happens in the sky that makes the sky uh, crumble up or whatever, all these different descriptions we get, if that's what happens, I suppose no one would know or be able to prove it was going to happen until it did happen. There's just people that wrote about it or people that believe, you know what I mean? Like I say the Bible's a book. It's just it's a bunch of paper with ink on it. And that, I mean, it could be argued that it's just a book, but sometimes when the content in the book might be more of what people hold to be something supernatural, or the the stories and the characters and the things written, visions and all that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. One thing. Sorry, go ahead, Andrew. I've been.
Well, everything is energy. There's no doubt about that. I'm not going to say that the atom is real or electrons are real, even though I'm an electrician, almost
Misdescribed.
engineer. But everything is energy, the ether, whatever you want to call it. So when we die, it's sort of like in the movie Avatar. It's all we do is we return to the energy source. It doesn't even say that we have a consciousness after that. It's just that you return to the source in which you were created, and that's how electricity is. Any generator or transformer will tell you the exact same thing. All it does is just return. That's what the neutral for an electrical system is for.
Have you ever heard James Cameron in an interview talking about Avatar and where he got a lot of inspiration from?
No.
He says that Awa, the god in the movies, Awa is the representation of Yahweh, and there's a lot of truth in that movie, I would say, and a lot of propaganda, of course.
Oh, yeah.
But there is a lot of analogies that you can find in a lot of these religions, and then even with everything is energy and all of that stuff, I find you can find some truth in those movies. But yeah, just wanted to throw that out there. James Cameron talks about how he got a lot of the inspiration from old scriptures and things like that.
So I have a question for effed up world, Joe.
All right, I'm ready.
When it comes to the luminaries, right? I've heard you
Mhm.
mention quite a few times that you believe that they're like bound and imprisoned up there, possibly.
Just seven of them, but yeah.
Okay. Um, would these be the same entities that like would have communicated with man and like basically like led man astray and all that, or is that a different set
I
of?
I I think you're explaining it about right. Like, the way I understand it is even them taking that and those, like, if the luminaries say it was like a spirit, like some sort of entity, and that's the form that it was taking with the purpose of misleading the people who could see it. Like they would look at it, and so that's what I think is how they're leading people astray, leading like literally the whole world astray. Um, and I think it's almost some of that stuff is almost like self-evident when you start realizing that Earth's not a globe, because on the globe you're circling around the sun and the heliocentrism or whatever. And I don't think that that's I think that we see the planets circling around the sun, but not the Earth. The Earth is below us. The planets are in the sky. But the fixed stars are always doing that constant. What's on the back of my background here, and so they're always just turning uniform like that. But the wandering stars, or what we call planets, they actually do like retrograde motion, and they appear to go backward in their like as the year goes on. If you take a picture every day, the position that they take, it's not the same as the stars. So that's why we call the fixed stars all the stars are fixed stars except for the planets. So
Yeah, and Trouble and Tribune, you actually did a video, I think, last week, discussing that I think it was Mercury has a tail.
Yeah,
oh
Mercury
yeah, what was that? I heard that too. You were saying that they're
makes no
seeing
sense.
this now, right?
Makes absolutely no sense. Especially when you think of Mercury, they've always taught us in school that it's the dry rock. It doesn't have an atmosphere or anything like that. And comets are the things that have, those big glorious tails because they're giving off all those gases and rocks.
Mhm.
So their excuse is, you guys are going to love this, is giving off a bunch of salt. It's a salt tail.
A salt
Because salt
tail.
was out in space.
Hey, wait, is like, I thought you were gonna say a sulfur tail. That would make more sense to me. No, I'm just kidding. Like
No,
that
sodium.
And what was really ironic about that whole stream that you did was like the very next day on Iron Realm Media. I'm not sure if they were watching your stream, but they did about a 30-minute presentation on the exact same subject.
Nice. Heck yeah. It's good for that stuff to get around. I think it's great when they flip the buck on that, and then we can point the finger at it and be like, what the heck?
like the
Right.
moon's in our atmosphere type of stuff, stories.
Oh,
Like
Yeah,
that.
I call that damage control, you know?
Oh, by the way, NASA, not a single accomplishment. That's my take.
It's true.
Well, no, they invented Velcro apparently, and they didn't do that.
So, Troublin, why were you asking about the planets?
I'm glad we brought it back. So when you say that they're would be bound up there, would you say that was because they transgressed in some way, that they're
Yeah.
motion?
Yeah, made God angry, and
Right.
so he bound them there.
And you're saying that motion is to potentially fool mankind?
No, I think that they have free will. As far as he gave them, this is what Enoch explains, like that there must have been like a commandment that God gave to all the luminaries, like this is the way you're supposed to go. And all of them, which we call the fixed stars or whatever, they all went that right the way he said, except for those 7 disobeyed. And so he just basically like put them in the corner or whatever.
Well, the only thing that logically that I have an issue with that is that when you look at, especially when we pattern them out, we see that they still make really cool patterns. I believe they're somatic patterns, so they're like pretty specific. Even though sometimes they move in retrograde, they still keep a exactly that. They still keep a consistent pattern.
Yeah.
And even with that, it's still ultimately used for the perfect timepiece, right? Like we can use the planets and the planet alignments and and make predictions. I'm not saying for like the globe, but with
Tick
flat Earth,
tock,
Yeah.
11 o'clock.
I think I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is we can actually, because they are in a repetitive cycle or pattern or orbit or whatever circuit,
Science
whatever
and
you want to call it,
fusion.
we can place that on our future and basically know where they're going to be.
I would say that it would mean that they're just as uniform, although they're just moving in a different way than the rest of the stars. They're just different.
Exactly. I agree with that. I agree with that. They are, I mean, if you look just one night, they look almost like they're doing exactly the same thing as the stars.
Doesn't it say that they are bound to repeat the same thing for eternity?
I'm not
Something
sure.
like that?
Oh, they're reserved in the blackness of darkness for or forever, I guess.
Right.
That's in the book of Jude. But
I would say that if they have free will, I would just say that if they are the transgressors and they have the free will, I doubt that they would be forming the part of the clock for us to be making useful predictions with. I think that
I know
this
what you're
would
saying,
be
yeah.
proof that this would be proof that it's all actually part of the creator's order, and maybe not necessarily your interpretation, but that's just how I'm thinking
Yeah.
about
Well, I thought
it.
that they didn't have free will, that's why they are part of that order. They don't have the free will like we do, and that's kind of
Well,
why they wanted to come down here, or am
we
I
kind of get the idea of, or I get the idea from, in Genesis when those angels they lusted after the human women and they went down. That was like a transgression that they knew they weren't supposed to do that, but they went anyway and did it. I kind of think that the planets are in, comparable, but I don't understand why they look like that, other than if they were assuming a form to look like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, because they're light, we look at them through the telescope and they look. Saturn has rings or whatever, but it still looks like just a light going across. I mean, um, I think just
not
the
what the Cassini was giving us.
oh,
Garbage.
any of those, what are they? Mythological gods that
The Greek
NASA names
gods.
all their missions.
Well, even the planets are named after gods.
Well,
All except
NASA
for one.
said,
Yeah.
"Oh, which one? Earth?"
That's it.
Kidding. Um, Lucifer in the Bible, it says that he says in his heart, "I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God." So I always put in the chat. That's what Lucifer says. NASA says, "We will ascend into heaven. We will place our space station above the stars." Like, I it just seems like they're Luciferian to me. Like just that they want to ascend above the heights of the clouds and they think they're doing this wonderful thing, but I think they're just being brought down to the sides of the pit, to hell.
To shed some light on the occultic side of stuff, at least some of the stuff that I've been looking at. The reason why they're always invoking things like that is because when you're invoking Lucifer, Lucifer is actually just Venus. It's the morning star, and
Mhm.
Venus is actually a goddess. When you look back, the sort of the original goddess. So what they're doing is they're invoking the divine feminine, which is a roundabout way of saying invoking the process of becoming versus the masculine process of I am. And so what they'll do is they'll have a lot of sexual symbolism and feminine principles symbolized that way to help kind of subliminally push the agenda to get people more into that state of mind, I believe.
Now, women win the Man of the Year award. I'm just kidding. Well,
They
it
haven't even
actually,
been a
it's
woman for
true,
a whole
though.
year, bro. They're
Yeah.
6 months in and getting
I know,
that
they just
shit.
started. Probably ain't even all woman yet.
One of the strongest woman Colorado has ever seen.
Yep, the Olympics will never be the same.
Well, guys, I got to get going to the store pretty soon before it gets too busy. But I do want to remind everybody that, and my brother just sent me a text about this, inviting us to our Mother's Day celebration that's going on the 14th. So don't forget, make sure you're there, or at least call or text your mom or whatever else.
That's right.
That's right.
That's true.
All right, guys, thank you very much for having me on.
Much love, Andrew.
See you, Andrew.
Peace and love.
None of us could live
Give your
without our
mom a
mothers.
hug for me, dog. Yeah, that goes out to everyone. If you still got your moms, and if she's even a Globie still, I don't care. Go hug her because they're not here forever.
Globie moms are just as important as other moms.
That's right. You go love your mom, damn it.
I love when people say that their parents or something worked in NASA in my debates. My mother literally worked in NASA and she's a flatty to my knowledge.
That's awesome.
Your mom?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And what'd she do there?
She was a tour guide.
So she knew the ins and outs of the whole place.
So she was handing out the pens at the end of the tour that said, "It's not flat, we checked," right?
Yeah, she's working for
uh,
Jaron. She's working for
that was
Jaron. She's handing out hats.
this was actually back in, like, the, early '90s, late '80s, early '90s.
Okay.
So it was a little bit before all this stuff happened.
Back
Yeah,
to
so
those,
why did all this stuff
eclipses
happen?
real quick. I didn't show this, I don't think I showed that, but look, when you see the pass of the eclipse, this is,
Yeah.
what NASA's given us, and then you can put the bottom right corner is that path, but then you can put it over the Gleason's map, and to me, it just makes so much more sense. And back to what Troubling is saying, I do lean more towards that. Um, how this is a beautiful timepiece, and these things in the sky are used for signs and seasons and many different things. And maybe maybe there is this trick to make you think it's something bad, but I don't know, because at
L-
the same time, I mean, these stories again.
Let me bring
Every
it to a real world situation. Have you guys heard of Astronomy Live? It's a
Yeah.
YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I've talked to him a couple times, and he's uh well, he's obviously very knowledgeable in all the astronomy stuff, but he actually like made an analogy one time. We were talking about rotation, and I was like, he made an analogy of the Disney ride. You'd go eat dinner, and it would take an hour to do a circle or whatever. Or it was the Epcot or something like that. One of those rides that was like you, and he
Oh,
goes,
the restaurant with the fake space and
"Yeah,
the elevator, and
yeah,
you're
I
like,
don't know."
see the earth.
He described it, but it's the whole place is spinning, the whole restaurant's spinning.
Yeah.
And he said I'm a child of the restaurant, but um, so that's what he calls me when he sees me. He's like, "Oh, child of the restaurant." But his analogy was good though, because if you were born on a spinning earth, would you know? But whatever. Um, he
I think
also
so.
made me understand a little bit better why we live in a solar system. Why people believe we live in a solar system. It's because if you picture the Earth as being one of those planets, if you're in that, like if you're up in the sky with them, but you're actually part of that, like you're a speck of, or like the blue marble idea, we're just a little thing in this vast universe. Um, by imaging, like on a regular basis, you can see these planets circling around the sun. Like not in one night or something, but they do like they appear to orbit the sun. The stars don't do that. So that's one thing that like that nobody's ever observed the heliocentrism, like the earth orbiting the sun, but they believe that we're included in that system that they see, because there is a like that's what all Ptolemy and all those guys back then, they were drawing all these things trying to figure, is the earth spinning or is the earth the center, and like placing it on a large scale like that. And that's, I think, why the solar system is something that people have believed in a lot, because of these transgressing stars or whatever, because they do not necessarily only because of their orbits or whatever, but because of what they look like too, and how they, the stars shimmer and the planets don't, like they appear to be closer. If you look at it as a vast space, they appear to be closer than the other stars. And so then, of course, humans, we know everything. So those aren't stars, they're suns that are really distant because we thought so. But yeah, a lot of it, if we include the earth in the sky and pretend that we're on something that's up in that solar system, I think that's where this deception, where this deception gets broken, because of the flat earth. You're like, that made me see the sky totally different than I did before. Like a new heaven. And along with a new earth too. Flat. So that's something, that's another interesting thing. It's
I remember when I was younger, I used to pretend to be able to feel the earth spinning when I was on hallucinogens, and that was
mm,
really fun but scary.
was it 15 degrees per hour?
It felt like we were hurling off of orbit, dude.
You're tripping, dude.
I've had a dream like that since becoming a flat earther. I had a dream that the Earth was a planet and that we were literally just flying off of the like an asteroid hit, and then we got knocked off of orbit, and we were literally just you could feel the Earth whirling, and we were just hugging the ground.
Oh,
And
that'd be uneasy, right? You feel you're on this big ball that's like hurling around or something.
oh yeah, but when you wake up, you realize very quickly that that's obviously just fantasy.
Kind of like some
Fantasy
dreams.
land.
Sometimes you have good dreams and you're like, man, I wish I could go back in there. That was cool or whatever, depending on what it was. It's,
So,
Well,
I,
you
oh,
can if you
go ahead.
focus on it. But go ahead.
Do you guys fly in your dreams?
Oh yeah.
Like, yeah, isn't
I
that
rarely
weird?
dream.
How you
I
can
rarely
control it
dream.
around. You can like, oh, I'm gonna go over there, and you can just fly over there.
It's
It's weird.
instantaneous, dude. You don't even have time to contemplate. It's
But
like,
you feel it though. Like in my dreams, I feel it though. My stomach is like, whoa, like I'm whatever vertigo or whatever, and I'm like, how do? But then you come to this soft landing when you want to.
yeah.
But if you're trying to run away from someone, you can't get nowhere. You're like, oh, can't.
My
Yeah.
new mission in my dream is going to be to try to open up a portal up and just try to like see if I can fly on up and get back to that place of blackness where the entities were teaching me how to think
Oh,
about stuff.
yeah. Can you say that again? Because that something that you experienced about in darkness or in blackness or whatever. That was I remember hearing it a while ago, but is
Yes,
that
yes.
a
Very
yeah.
briefly, I had a dream, that I was lucid in. I was aware that I was dreaming, but it was kinda limited. I was outside of the circle of Earth. The circle of Earth was below me and then surrounded in complete blackness, and there's complete blackness all around me, except for these other entities that are around that definitely kinda reminded me of, like, aliens, and, I'm, like, stuck. It's like there was a force that kept me from being able to swim, if you will, back to the Earth, and, these entities are just looking at me crazy, and they basically telepathically communicate to me that I'm doing this all wrong, and they teach me
Whoa.
that I can create things by imagining them, and so they basically just teach me to I create a ledge so that I can step off of, and then I can kick
Whoa.
down, and then eventually I get
Maybe a
down.
ladder or something like that or whatever.
Yeah, it's well, I did ledges, that's just what I thought of, but yeah, you
Okay.
coulda done something like that, and
Wow.
so I end up getting low enough to where I land on the circle of Earth, but not in the Earth, I'm not in the realm, I'm, like, on a shield almost that's keeping me from getting into it, like in a video game almost, right? I'm trying to
Mhm.
get to the entry point of this place, and I just can't do it, it's giving me a little bit of anxiety, but, again, this is where they just told me it's like it's all energy work. You just keep everything cool, collected, and just know that that's where you're going. And I basically just once I realized that and I calmed down, I just kind of phased through like boop. And next thing I knew, I was literally free falling towards the ground, and then I woke up
Whoa. That's
Dude,
crazy. They told you that stuff? Like, that's
telepathically. Yeah, not like with words, like we're talking, like
they just gave you knowledge kind of.
yeah, they just kind of like there was no movement of the mouth, and I was communicating with them too. Like it was both ways. It's like free flowing,
Wow. That's
or
a little scary, but
you could call it the universal language.
other people's I was talking about those near death experience videos all the time. They say that they're almost like probably half the time when even if they talk to Jesus or their relatives or someone that they talk to, nobody speaks. It's all in their mind or telepathic like that. That's what they say all the time in those videos. So it's interesting.
Well, there is a time when it's not telepathic, and that was when in most of my lucid dreams, it's actually not telepathic. The things around me, the people and stuff, they actually talk like out loud. So, an interesting observation for sure.
Is that a dream like when you're sleeping like at night or type of dream, or is it like more like a something like out of the ordinary during your day, like when you're sitting there or something?
So it can happen either way. I actually try to make every time I go to sleep an opportunity, but I do find it easier during the day personally.
Like when you're,
hmm,
you know
You get
what?
less
I
naps up.
dream more. Like if I take a nap, like during the day, especially when I'm exhausted, I'll wake up and I'll be like, "Whoa, that was an insane adventure," or whatever. Like my dreams, if I sleep during the day, are way different than at night. Usually, I don't really remember them very much.
I have had the sequel dreams as well, Shifty Eyes. Those are actually really fun, and I was doing that consciously as a child. I didn't even think anything weird of it. I just like
Wow.
I'd wake up after watching a cartoon, and it was like Bugs Bunny or something, Looney Tunes, and then I would have a dream about it where I'm hanging out with Bugs Bunny, and then I'd wake up and I'd be like, "That's a really fun dream. I think I'm gonna go back into that dream," and then I'd go back, and I'd literally would just go right back into it, and I'd start having that same dream again.
Hmm. I'm seeing okay. Killed by aliens in a dream. Okay. So I don't dream much anymore. I slowed down. I was doing the fasting on everything, the pot and all that, just doing it at night or before the sun was in the sky. And I was having dreams, remembering dreams during, I think I did it for about 2 weeks. I'm still doing the water, but I went back to,
I
I'm
think
not smoking
Austin
as much.
Whitsitt
But
said that same thing happened to him, I think.
but here's the thing. There is this one dream that I have had since I was a child. Um, and I think I've shared it with you guys before, with the audience before in the past. But the dream that I always had, it was a recurring, almost a nightmare because the feeling of it was like the feeling I always had in this dream was impending doom. And I still have this dream sometimes as an adult, and I had it a lot. I feel like it started panic attacks for me because I had it a lot after my mom's death, my mom's passing. And this dream was it was dark everywhere, pitch black dark, but I felt like I was what's up, the Hoary Sheet Show? What's up, brother? Legend in the chat, just saying. But
The Hori Sheet Show, I met
yeah.
him in 2018, and we went outside, and that story will remain,
I'm trying to meet up with him too, man.
that's
He's
fun.
cool dude. But so I had this dream, it's pitch black, and so it's the feeling was like I was wrapped up in a carpet, and I was like stuck in this feeling, like, and all I could look was up. And looking up, I could see this light, and I seen my mom, my mom's face. And she looked calm, like smiling down,
Wow.
trying to calm me down. And but I wasn't calm. And this thing was getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And then it would go away. And then I'd wake up like
Like this
in a
image of
cold
her, or
sweat.
like that
Like the light and her, just everything.
okay.
As she's telling me it's okay, it's going away.
That was
And
a
then I
dream
would
you had?
wake up. Yeah,
Wow.
it was a dream I would always have all the time as a child, to where it's, like, seared in my mind, and then I've had it quite a few times still
Even
as an
even
adult.
recently or whatever, like even in
I haven't had it
adulthood.
recently, but I was having it again, like, around my mom's death and stuff like that.
That's
But what does that even mean, you
I
know?
don't know, but it sure makes you think. Like there seems to be
Is a lot of these experience that we're having, how oh, Jesus came and seen me, or Muhammad Ali, or my mom, or whoever, or these alien looking creatures, or Bigfoot, or whatever. How much of this isn't just this DMT hallucination of our mind? I mean, the idea of what's that happens when you feel like you experience it
deja
again?
vu.
Deja vu. So deja vu, we're all like, "Oh man, I absolutely experienced that once already. I feel it. That's what I've experienced this
Or
thing."
this, like, while it's happening, you're like, "Whoa,
Right,
what's going on?" Yeah,
right.
it's a wild
But,
feeling.
I mean, and I could be wrong. It could be wrong, but
Yeah.
there is some explanations to that, to where it's your brain, electrons
How
misfiring,
does that
something's
work?
misfiring. I don't know, but your mind is tricking you. So how
Right.
much? I'm not trying to throw it all away, but with the releasing of the DMT, maybe that's the gateway to this other realm, or maybe it's just us tripping fucking balls, you
There's
know?
something that no, there's something there because there that like I mean, even hearing Joe Rogan talk about DMT, and there's something otherworldly,
And
but
it's
not
weird
necessarily a
because you
different
get that
place.
release when you're dreaming, right? It's releasing,
Yeah.
and then when you die,
What happens? Yeah.
it's fully releasing, like large amounts of it just escaping, right? And Nachiketa mentioned something on Sunday stream, mentioned this documentary that I want to watch, 21 Grams. And it talks about, I guess, your soul weighing 21 grams. And I think there's this huge connection to that if it's not just us tripping balls, right? And I don't know. I don't know. But all of this is so freaking fascinating to me.
You
What
know
is
what?
What's he
light when you're
saying right
dead?
here?
Ooh, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Keep going.
What is light when you're dead? Like, because a lot of, or maybe not dead, but when you're in that, in not in the world anymore, not in your body or whatever, if you're in this, in your spirit, some other place, what is light? Because a lot of people that have those near death experiences, they talk about light. They see this light and they know it's like the most beautiful, amazing thing that words can't describe, this light. And so that always makes me think, like, just the idea of light. What is light? That light is a strange thing.
Yeah, that question that reminds me of the other question that I have of like when you're imagining something and the light appears in your mind, where does that light come from, right? Because normally there has to
Yeah,
be some sort of source, but this is like you're literally just creating it in your head. So this brings me
at
back.
will. Like,
At
yeah,
will,
yeah.
exactly, and that brings it to, kinda what Austin Whitsett has been saying, which is it's not definitely not new, but very profound in that there is an ether, and that there is a force that seems to be basically its only purpose is to, press or excite this ether that is causing all the other known phenomenon forces. And if that is the case, and it's the case that light is ether permeation, and we're creating that when we imagine something, then that means that our will is the driving force behind the force that's creating all things.
Okay, I got to read this. I got to read this. Okay. Hori sheet. Okay, I kept having this reoccurring dream of my ex fiance from high school. We lay on the grass looking at clouds together. Then she kisses me and leaves. This month, I got reacquainted with her after 20 years of only barely speaking a couple of times. Now we're dating again. It's surreal. And then he
Careful,
says,
man.
and then he says, she was trapped in an abusive relationship all this time. So it's like, what? What? Is that the ether doing that? Is something going on here? There's way more than the physical for sure. Something
Like
is
maybe angels. Like, I'm
dude,
just saying a
that has gave me
description.
goosebumps, Hori. Like, holy shit.
We're
That's
God's
crazy.
hallucinations, so
What was that, Tribune?
I believe we're God's hallucinations or God's, little
Oh,
avatars.
I love
Mind
that.
creation.
God's hallucinations, dude. What?
Name
Yeah,
your
so it's no
stream
wonder
that. You get a lot of views just for the name.
so it's no wonder that things like weird like that work out all the time, right? Because God's telling a story to himself and he wants it to be good.
Well, he did create, like, there's places in the Bible where it says, like, he or maybe it's in Second Esdras, I'm thinking, but before he created anything to oppose him, nothing opposed him. He had to create uh, anything that would oppose him, like, by, I guess, by giving free will.
Well, he even says in the Bible, I think people get the whole idea of Satan misconstrued. Like Satan just means adversary, and adversary came
Yeah.
in many different forms and in different contexts. And God Himself said that He did all things good and evil. So it's
Yep.
like
He
these people
created them both.
well, not even that He created this entity to like be evil. Like I haven't seen anything biblical like that. Like when people point out Lucifer, oh, there's this entity named Lucifer in the Bible pointed out. I was like, no, that's actually a title for a specific king.
It's
Um,
one of the it's isn't it one of the um like an angel of light or like a star?
No, it was a title, but yes, it was named after the star, the morning light, but it
Okay.
was a title that they gave to a king, and Jesus, when he was talking about, I will be the morning star, people think that, oh, that's Jesus saying that he was Lucifer. That's proof that he's the
Oh,
Antichrist. And it's like, no, you just don't understand the story at all that was being said or the context. They weren't talking about this like evil entity that was going around tricking and deceiving mankind, some devil with horns. They were
false
talking
light.
about they were talking about some king that was preaching things that weren't worth their religion, and he was dubbed Lucifer the Lightbringer because he was wise. And Jesus was informing everybody that he was the wise one, right? So I will be the light bringer to you. It was just a title. there's, to my knowledge, from my in-depth understanding, I've not seen anything in it that was like to mean that there was an actual like spirit of evil. But then again, this has not taken into account any of the apocryphal books.
And I think that, like you said, he created good and evil, or whatever. Like he made wouldn't if you created an other, like something outside of yourself, or being outside of yourself, and if you gave them free will, I think and you made more than one of them, I think you've probably created good and evil. If
Well, it's not.
you know what I'm saying?
But that's the thing, right? It's like I've I know that we like to think that it's outside, right? But but he literally says that he does all things good and evil. I see Bill Wheel in there
Mhm.
saying Nimrod, Nimrod specifically, but Nimrod again he was a king. He was a literal king that was not for the Jews, or not the Jews, wrong terminology, the Israelites, I should say.
Now
So
Nimrod was more than just a man, though, not, maybe not from birth, but and I don't know how this happens, but he, um, I think he was like
in the
part,
Bible, he was just a great hunter. He was a great king and a great hunter. That was it.
yeah.
And then the tribes under him
Is this
decided
the one where they have him depicted like holding lions?
yeah, and then
Like,
they and
and
then they
he's so grand, and it's like a tiny lion is in his hand.
I think so. Either that or Hercules was the lion, but in any case, they end up in the story, they end up, killing him, right? And they say, "Well, this is what happens because you're prideful." And I was like, "What the hell kind of deal is that?"
Well, his whole tower thing didn't work out very good for him. The tower in the city
Well,
in the
that
land of Shinar.
to me, that's another thing that, like, is kinda like a slap it to me, it's a good way to discern what's in somebody's heart, in not in that, if someone's good or evil or not, but what do they hold to be their highest ideal. See, in
Mhm.
that story, we actually see humanity coming together in order to build something grand to touch the ceiling, so that they would know that they did something, that they accomplished something, something that outside of the context of like rivaling God would never be looked at as being something negative. And yet, because in this context, they said God felt that it was to rival him, that which would be insane anyway. Why would a God ever feel rivaled by his creation? He decides to flatten it and then scatter all of our language that we can never work together again. And if that's the case, don't you think that that would have something to do with why we can't come together on
We
the
got Google Translate. What you talking about?
Dude, yeah, I vibe with that.
But
Yeah. Well,
here's a aspect of the Tower of Babel, and this is not coming straight from the Bible, but in the book of Jasher, chapter 9, it gives the same account of Nimrod and the building the city and everything. And it said in there that the building of the city and the tower was a transgression against God. Like they had it in their hearts to like to kill God, and it broke it down like 3 different ways. But, they actually, from the tower, they actually shot arrows. This is just in the book of Jasher. It's like the same account, but it's different details, I guess. They shot, arrows up to, like, where they thought God was, or where he would be, and he took and dropped the arrows back down covered in blood to cause them to err. And so, like, he sent them strong delusion so they would believe a lie, because they were wicked. Like, they were trying to, um, overtake his throne, basically. And I mean, I don't think physically that could ever happen. Like, I think Nimrod's kinda dumb, obviously, but, like, I don't think it would be good to try to rival against God. But that's what I guess, they were wicked in their hearts, and they're building the tower. I'm sure on a daily basis, they're like, "Yeah, let's build a tower. No one's ever done this before," and it's probably a positive thing. But the intention of it was to climb into heaven. So it's very much like the, space programs, I guess. They think that they're gonna attain some sort of, um, heavenly status by going up there, and we've been living there for 24 years without, you know what I mean, all that stuff. Like they're accomplishing anything with their tin can up there? Come on.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't taken into account the apocrypha books. I know that they definitely add some context as well, and they've also, of course, taken out whole entire verses and things like that. But That's why it's always good to try to find like the oldest transliteration that you can, and then try to compare it to the Hebrew, and then even
Mhm.
when it comes to like deciphering the Strongs, right? I'm starting to get into it, and I'm like, wait a second, who decides that this Strong's definition is the correct definition and it has to mean this way? It's yeah, sometimes it's taken in context, but sometimes the only context is the thing being argued, and you end up with a begging the question fallacy
Yeah,
again.
and you're like going you can't really do that. Yeah, I know what you're saying. It doesn't
That
work.
happens with, that happens specifically with the Jesus prophecies quite a bit because he says things like, "There's some from this generation that will not pass until all things be done away with and heaven and earth pass away," which, because the whole idea was that he was coming soon. But, um, I don't need to tell you it's been so many generations and we're still kinda
And that
waiting.
all depends on how you look at the like you're saying, the usage of the words, and a lot of it, it's hard to know, but you can kinda look at the situation and just say, "Well, I'm" that's what we all do with everything. We get some evidence might be, to me, convincing that to you is not, and I don't know why all that is, but that's the variety of people that we have in the world. Um, you know what I'm saying? We evaluate things we all do that the same way, but we come some with different conclusions than each other, and I
No,
think they're all worth listening to.
absolutely. I love that we all have difference of opinions and can have healthy discourse. I'll say this one last thing, and then I do have to hop off here because it's getting late. My wife's shooting me that look. So, uh,
Uh-oh.
but I will say that my whole plan with trying to like figure out ultimately what was going on with reality was to master meditation, convince others to master meditation, and then with enough people who were good at it, we could start exploring the astral, verify Robert Monroe's claims, verify the mapping that they did, and then like really see what's going on with the seven heavens and so on and so forth. And then we can have access to the Akashic records and all information and go from there. But if what you're saying is true and what the Bible is suggesting is true, then we're just going to be sent a strong delusion and we're not going to be able to find the truth that way. So that would just make me look really foolish.
You don't look foolish, man. I enjoy your debates, and like, obviously, we don't have the same stance on whatever, but that's like you're really good at in your debates. I was watching your last one with where Melodome showed up, and that one was kind of off the wall. I was
No, that was
saying to
crazy.
myself, I was saying to myself, Troubling Tribune is going to have to. Well, obviously, I didn't know your hand was injured. That was the thing. You need to use the mute button more. Like that
No!
for a while there, it was horrible
He
when they were
knows he
talking about the
needs to use it
G-spin thing.
more.
I was just like, "Get on with it, guys. It doesn't even matter." It's like
Bro,
and
weren't
they're
they
like,
killing
"Have
the
you ever
debate
spun on an
though?
office chair and stuck your arms out?" And,
There
like, I
And
was
check
get
this out, man. Mr. Bedazzle, whoever that is on TikTok, but he's tagging me in videos
Mr.
and
Bedazzle.
saying, "Look at Globy McGlobeface, School 6 flat earthers."
What?
And I couldn't comment. I'm like, "Dude." I was like, "Don't nah, that's not what happened, my
And
guy."
you yeah,
Like, did you hear me at all? I was not agreeing with what them flat earthers were saying, so
no,
it's
and the
like
thing is, like, oh,
they got
yeah,
hung up on ridiculous things that
there's
had
this
nothing to do.
idea oh,
Right.
sorry. There's this
No, go ahead.
idea that all the flat earthers believe the same thing. And like on all my
Right.
TikTok videos about the firmament or the waters above or something, they're always like, "Get your story straight, you dumb flurp. I thought you
Right.
said it was this." I'm like, "I never said any of that." I don't even comment, but
Man, that's why I wanted you on because dude, these are we talked about ideas I haven't talked about,
yeah.
where shield moving and all of these different things. This is refreshing to me. I appreciate this. I appreciate your perspective, Trouble and Tribune's perspective, people's in
Yes.
the chat. You know what I'm saying? That's what
Yep.
this is about. What's
You
up,
can
Rose
learn
Triple
from
Seven?
anyone. You
Shout
can
out to
learn
Rose over on the
Rose.
Rockfin. But even Rose and Crow, everyone, this is what it's
Yep.
about, trying to figure things
There's
out.
some calling, and people are Tribune Show and Melodome and me obviously feel called enough, whatever you want to call it. We are inspired to come on and talk about things that I would say that a lot of people haven't talked about very much up until these recent years. Like it just wasn't a very big concern of anybody, and like we were all asleep a little bit.
Yeah, true that. All right. Well, yeah, man. I'll let you go, troubling. Much love. Thank you for jumping on and
Yeah,
joining us.
good to see you again, as
absolutely.
always.
Catch me with Kingdom of Context on his channel tomorrow. I don't remember the time. I'll make a post about it later. And then
Yeah, do it. I'm excited.
Friday, we're doing another True Earth debate. New format. You guys probably remember from the Sunday I announced what we're doing. I'm only doing like 1v1s and 2v2s. That way it doesn't get crazy, and especially since I'm injured. And
When does that start?
It starts 10 p.m. Eastern
All right,
Standard.
cool.
It's gonna be sick.
Watch,
I'll
he's
be
gonna
there.
say, "I gotta go, guys. Bye," and then he won't be able to click the button. He'll be like, "Where's the button? I can't get it with my mouse."
I have it in my left hand already. This is my second day, so I've gotten some.
So you've got some precision.
I can now mix my tea without spilling it. So
That's
and
pretty
I can
good.
pick up my son, and I can click on the leave when I'm ready. So
That's a good start.
appreciate
That's
you
a good
guys,
start.
and I'll catch you Friday,
All
Thursday.
right, have a good one.
See ya.
See ya.
You can also catch him Sundays with the fellas.
Yeah, that's
Hello, Dom.
right.
Yep.
I forgot.
All
He's
right,
awesome. I
Joe.
like listening to him.
Yeah, me too, man. I think he's a great addition to the community for sure.
Looks like you need to give Hori a call. I think you should have him on.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I think so,
So
too.
he just said, can I just say what he said in the chat? Where
Go
was
ahead,
it?
brother.
He was talking about Jesus, and I think he's got an awesome point that people could think about here. Hori says, "My Jesus story is quite unique. I'd love to tell it sometime here." There you go. See, I don't know if you saw that comment.
Oh, yeah, I seen that.
I think when the Bible says that Jesus is coming back, it means his spirit is coming back through us, literal possession. And you know what? That's what it says in the Bible. He comes with 10,000s of his saints to execute judgment. And I think some of us could even see some of that happening, and he does it with the truth.
Mm-hmm.
The judgment happens with the truth. So if you think about like who showed us this, it wasn't us. Someone showed us, and it's true. So we're out saying it. You know what I mean? There's going to be a lot of people who don't think it's true until the end or whatever. I don't know what that looks like. I'm just saying that not everyone believes in the light and the truth, but some of us seem to have had it put into us in a certain way.
Yeah, there's this awakening happening. There
Yes.
is this shift, this veils being lifted. People are being shown things. You know, I said it before. Like there was a time, you know, whatever you want to believe when it comes to Jesus, right? There's
Mhm.
this story where Jesus was asked by John, "Are you ready to take this up? They're taking me out. Are you ready to take the responsibility? You ready to wake up and wake everyone else up?" And his response is, "I am."
Yep. I
And
came
there's
to
so
do my
many,
father's will or whatever.
yeah, and there's so many people right now, whether you consider yourself a Christian or not, whatever you consider yourself, there is this awakening happening, and there is this energy, this spirit calling to you, asking you, "Are you ready?" And there's many of us who are saying, "Yeah, I am."
Oh man,
I
you're
am,
making me think of too many verses, dude.
you know?
You
But
just
that's what
said
it's about.
you just said you just asked a question, "Are you ready?" or something like that, right?
Mhm.
In Isaiah, holy cow. In Isaiah, he asked these people, where is this? Isaiah 43. I'm just looking in my Bible quick. He says, where is it? "Bring forth the blind people that have eyes and the deaf that have ears. Let all the nations be gathered together and let them be assembled. Who among them can declare this and show us former things? Let them bring forth their witnesses that they may be justified, or let them hear and say, it is truth."
Love it.
We could very well be witnesses of like from, well, how do I even say it? Um, like if like you called it a download, or maybe that was you, I'm not sure, but a download like from the heavens, like information or knowledge or
Right.
something like that.
Mhm.
That that's kind of what Jesus did, like to the disciples. He's like, "I'll make you fishers of men," and like to bring. I think it's all with truth. I think that's how it happens, is with truth.
Mhm.
And I want to share one verse with you, Austin. I think
Please do.
I think I showed this to you before, but so Jesus was talking with Pilate, like right before he was crucified, and it's like Pilate's asking him questions or whatever, and um, Pilate answered, "Am I a Jew, thine own nation?" Okay, or let's see. Jesus answered, "My kingdom's not of this world." We've heard that, but then Pilate there is verse 37 in John 18. Pilate therefore said unto him, "Art thou a king then?" Jesus answered, "Thou sayest that I'm a king." And then listen to this part, you guys. This is if you're someone seeking the truth, this is like pretty weird that this is what Jesus says. He says, "To this end was I born, and for this cause came I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. Everyone that is of the truth heareth my voice." Then Pilate saith unto him, "What is truth?" And Jesus didn't answer him. And then, yeah, then, so I think, well, and also he said that you would bear witness of the truth because you've been with him from the beginning. And I'm like, there's these people that are talked about that are with him from the foundation of the world. And I'm like thinking to myself, what if Austin, if you were granted eternal life, if that was a possible thing that someone said, "Oh, I'm going to give you eternal life," right? That's what Jesus said. "Believe in me and I will give you eternal life."
Mhm.
And it's like, I don't think really anybody understands what that means. But if I was to make you an eternal being, technically it would be making you live outside of what we call time, right?
Right.
You'd have to have time in order to be bound by time. So if you were outside of time, you were with him at the beginning, right? You're
Right.
eternal because it doesn't go like from 2023 to the future only, right? I'm saying there is no more time if you're eternal. So wouldn't that mean you just are? So if he created the world with his voice and he said, "Let there be light," and then he also said that you were there with him when he did it. I don't know what that means, but I think that means that uh the possibility, this is just a possibility. I don't really know, but if um if there was a group of people that were chosen to go and uh they were like heavenly beings or something, and then they were they were appointed to go and be alive in the earth, probably similar to Jesus coming and being sent. He's the only begotten of Son of God, but these other people would be doing something very similar at the end, like um to show the glory of God, like, and I believe it's to show his creation. um yeah, to be
Well,
outside
you
of,
say
you know what I
we
mean?
yeah, when you say witness, like, and we talked about this over the phone and or, before the stream, like, you know, we both have witnessed our lives
Yes,
and what we have gone through in our personal lives and, like, coming out of trenches and breaking chains and all of these
I
things.
call it a miracle.
Right,
I've had miracles happen in my life and since the truth,
right, and we
like
are
crazy
witnesses
ones.
to that,
Yeah.
you know?
Yep.
And that's what a lot of people are experiencing, and,
Yeah.
I feel like I've always been very consciously aware of, you know, I think I've always been awake. It's just I needed this spark or this something.
I think
Everything
secrets are
happens
kept
for a reason
too.
for me. Everything happens for a reason that goes with everybody. And, sometimes some people don't want to hear that in certain moments. Like you lose loved ones or you're in a breakup or whatever, and someone were to tell you that everything happens for a reason. Not
Be
a good
like,
time to say
"Not,
that to that
yeah,
person.
not for
Right.
me." Yeah.
Right. But as time heals and, the bigger picture plays out and, everyone has consequences to their actions.
That's how we
Uh,
learn.
right.
Like,
It,
that's how we
it
learn the hard
becomes,
lessons.
yeah, it becomes beautiful lessons and beautiful testimonies. And it really depends on how you can handle these, you can navigate these mountains and these troubles and things like that, these tests or whatever. But,
Yeah.
yeah.
And that's another thing is that when he was praying, which people always mock the idea of him praying to his father, but when he was praying about those people, that his father gave him, and he said that he gave them his word and they received it, and then he was going to send them out into the world, and he was praying to his father that people in the world would believe in him because of those that he sent out in the world, what they were saying, because they were witness to something.
Right.
And I'm like saying to myself, this seems to be very much the same as what a lot of us have experienced in our lives. Not talking religion or even God, but just seeing with clarity some of
Mhm.
these science things, even like if you go watch Austin Whitsitt, he sees something so clearly, and people just want to mock him because he sees this thing and tries to teach it or describe it to other people.
Mhm.
And like I think I'm just trying to understand it, and I'm not as as he's smart. But
For
like,
sure.
who made him see that? How can
Right.
he see that? How can he see that? Why is he seeing that? He's been alive for 30 years. Why now? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
there's the idea of secrets. The Apostle Paul wrote about um a mystery that he was shown when he went into the third heaven. And he said that this was a secret that was kept since the world began. And then he said, and now it's made manifest, and by the scriptures of the prophets and the commandment of the everlasting God, made known to all nations for the obedience of faith. So it's made known for them to believe in, like something to believe in that they didn't know. And I think it's clearly describing people. Like, what did Jesus do? Physical things when he was here. There was blind men, and he took and he fixed them, made their eyes so they all of a sudden they see. And there was witnesses of this. Like the Pharisees hated when he would do that. They're like, there's a man that was sitting at the gate for his whole life begging for food, and now he don't need to because he can suddenly see, and he's walking around looking at everything.
Right.
Like that in a spiritual way. Hasn't that happened to you? You're walking
Yeah.
around looking, going, whoa, this is wild.
Right.
Like same thing with a guy had his leprosy, and he like a shrunk hand or whatever, and he just heals it, and it's fixed. Like that would be amazing to see, but at the same time, I think it serves as a principle of what he does. He does that in your heart too. You know what I mean? Or truth does that in your heart. And that's why I think it's really important. Like, just talking about Jesus, and it makes some people like, I don't really want to start with that stuff. It is kind of a thing where there's a hard to believe side of it. But what if I just said truth instead? Truth came into the world for many of us. We might not consider it to be Jesus, but truth came into the world, and this truth has changed our lives. And this truth has made us think about everything differently, and made us perceive a different world and a different sky, and made us believe in. Here's one thing that's in common, that all of the truthers, they know that there's someone in a throne up there. They know that there's a God of creation that designed this world. That's pretty much the
Yeah,
only
this place is
possibility.
absolutely intelligently designed. It's
Yep.
created. I don't, absolutely.
So if you come to the truth, suddenly you start, like, basically getting to know what or who God is, where, or how heaven is. And it's not like we know everything, but it is in a way being like born again and relearning the truth, the true creation and the true story of what happened and why we're here. And I think that that's also, I'm just kind of blabbing, but I think that's also the grace of God. It, like, he has grace. So if would it be fair to you to throw you in a civilization of wickedness and expect you to be taught by that civilization righteousness? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
so what happens when we're born into a generation that might even be close to the last or something? If that was the case, then that last generation is deceived, in according to the scripture. That last generation is deceived, and I think it's the grace of God that before it's too late, truth comes into the world, and people have, and like, I think it's even called uh the gospel of the kingdom of God. because I'm not saying that like physically or something. I'm just saying that understanding that what heaven is, as far as rather than being like a universe of nothing with solar systems and all that jazz, you actually realize that God is actually real. We don't know what he looks like, but it said we're made in his image. But like, there's a lot of things that nobody knows, but it's what we believe. I think is the important thing that has changed for me anyway. I have hope in God, and I think that makes us live our lives differently. Just every second of
Yeah,
your
I
life.
think it helps us, I mean, speaking for myself, it kinda keeps like, it helps me keep myself in check and,
Yeah. You're
trying to
responsible more to, like, just the idea of knowing that you're kind of subject to this God and that's a parent, you know what I
right.
mean? Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
and, what I'm trying to I'm talking the talk, trying to walk that walk and live right and trying to right my wrongs, live a better life, lead by example, um, and raise my children the right way, and you know what? Since this veil's been lifted over my eyes and all of these things have been happening, I've I've been rewarded tenfold. What me and my wife have here, this great,
You're
amazing
married now?
foundation. Yeah, we have everything. It's
Yeah.
this foundation's so solid. I can focus on the melodome and the community and getting these conversations out here and doing other things and we're homeschooling.
Yeah, the
Our
homeschooling,
whole
I love it that
is
you guys are doing
changed.
that.
Yeah, yeah, it's and dude, this is a beautiful place and
You would say that you've been, uh, un unexpectedly and deservedly blessed, right?
absolutely, absolutely.
And that's what I think some people would be like, "No, you just started believing in some stupid thing, Flurf." And I'm like,
Right.
"You know what? I feel bad for those people that are thinking on that level. They gotta be like 13 and their parents are grounding them. Like, stop being that way. This is our real lives. We're not making this up to make money on YouTube. I don't even monetize my channel. But look at what Austin's doing. He's a dad of you have 3 children?
Got 3 boys.
3 boys, and
Grayson,
he's still doing the
Gage
Melodome.
yep, Grayson, Gage, and Gideon, all Gs, 777. Um,
Homeschooled.
homeschooling them. Yep. My wife holding it down, full-time job, homeschooling them.
Yep, you guys are just and
All
that's what I'm
kinds of
saying,
stuff.
watching it from outside of, watching it on your channel and stuff. It's like a journey that you guys have been on publicly. I'm just
Let
saying
me
'cause Austin Witzett's another example. He put himself out there doing,
oh, man, he's
the
being
street
rewarded
stuff.
tenfold.
Well, and
Tenfold,
not only
man.
that, but look at what, I'll bet you I don't really wanna go with numbers, but how many lives have been affected by Austin, even the Globers?
Mhm.
He's making them think, he's teaching them to, like, yeah, I'm just saying in however way that happens by debates and opposition and, flirf calling or whatever. The point is that they call him a flirf and he still goes and debates and respectfully, and he's, like, if there was a teacher.
Respectfully destroys him.
Yeah, if there was a teacher, he could be called a teacher, a good one.
Oh, yeah, for
So
sure,
there's,
for
like,
sure.
and he's like, at first, he would, you know I'm just saying we can watch, truth changing a person, and he's a good example of that. You're a good example of that. I think anyone pretty much that
You are
talks
too.
about, well,
There's many great examples that we have.
truth.
Yeah.
So
Let me
that's
read this real
something.
quick. I
Yeah,
wanna share this because, you mentioned the homeschooling thing, and I shared this, because it's something that me and my wife have been experiencing, and I think it's something that people are missing out on, and
listen to
it's
Austin
something beautiful.
here.
So, since we've started homeschooling, we started experiencing these moments where we watch our boys learn something new, real time, live time. We see it. We see their body, you know, their posture change, everything change. And like watching our 6-year-old. learning to read and write and solve these math problems. He's figuring these things out on his own, and we're not giving them answers. When they're asking questions, I return with a question. I want them to get to the answer to themselves, you know? And even when it comes to this realm, right? Because I'm learning every day. I don't, we're learning
Mhm.
together actually. But watching my 6-year-old, watching him in his moment of figuring it out, it's like priceless.
One of the
It's
most
so
amazing
priceless.
things that you can experience, I bet.
In that same time, it is creating this closer bond between
Yeah.
me and my child, and then me and my wife, and then my wife and my child, because
Yeah.
we are the ones teaching
Yes.
them, you know?
Shout
We're
out
the
to my
ones
mom.
we're
I was
filling that
homeschooled.
sponge, you know? Yeah, go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No, go
I
ahead,
was
brother.
homeschooled, like, on and off a little bit because 'cause I'd wanna be homeschooled, and then the next year, I'd be like, "I wanna go to school," and so, like, going through elementary school and stuff, I was homeschooled many years, and I have to say that that is one of the most, uh, special times between me and my mom because she was primarily doing it, and, um that's something that you can't experience if you're like, if your kids are going, you still experience everything, but I think there's a special thing, like you were saying, even from the child's point of view, there's something special about those years when I look back, like, very
Yeah.
special, like, I there was so many good things that happened because I was homeschooled and things that I learned and whatever because of homeschool, but I interrupted you, sorry.
No, you're good, man. That was it. That's just and then it makes me want a little girl now because my youngest is getting older and, you know,
Yeah.
I need a little girl to play with my hair.
Well, I would say, now well, out of any family, anyone in the world, I think the best teacher for any child is their own parents.
Yeah.
I think that I'm not
We
saying
wouldn't
they're
trade it for
bad
the world,
teachers,
man, and
but
it is tough. It's
but
hard.
but
It's
then
not
people say, "What if
easy.
the parents are dumb and they teach them dumb stuff?" I'm like, "That doesn't happen because parents care
Yeah.
about their kids." Like, if the parents are dumb, they're teaching the kids good things. Like, there a lot of parents are, not don't have it together,
Man,
but
our
their kids, they teach them the right things.
if you were in our house, our dining room table, our dining room looks like a classroom. There's
Yep,
multiplication charts up on the wall. There's all
that's
of these
awesome.
different things up on the wall. And then there's so many things. My wife is crushing, dude. I'm so grateful for it's really overwhelming, and that's why I know there is this creator and
Yep.
everything happens for a reason because, man, dude, I'm telling you, this story, like, this journey that I'm on with m it's overwhelming sometimes. I'm very grateful, and
I've
I'm
been
very
thinking
happy.
I've been thinking about doing just some videos, and I don't even know what I call them, but, like, okay, you let's just bring up a subject or just, like, if I was just talking to myself and I brought up a specific subject, like, here, childbirth or a woman creating a child, man and woman creating a child, like a child being born,
Mhm.
and you could talk about that for an hour. If you
Right.
analyze it, you can get to some kinda weird places, like,
Well,
not weird, I guess.
that's kinda the things me and Kaylee wanna talk about. We've had all these
Yeah.
experience together. I mean, it's hard for us to stream together because,
It just is,
she's
yeah,
with
but
we always have the boys, right?
I watched that stream you
So,
guys did right after your wedding or whatever.
wedding,
It
right
was
after the
awesome, dude.
honeymoon.
It was
Yeah,
awesome.
that was her first time on, and we're gonna do more of it for sure.
Yeah, tell her that was awesome.
But that's the kind of stuff we wanna get into, and everything being said tonight, and I appreciate everything that we talked about tonight. I appreciate your perspectives and all that. The one thing I do want to put out there that I keep putting out there that, we have this opportunity to live, to create this heaven on earth right now. Living in the present, stop dwelling on the past, tripping over the future, but right now in the present, make every
Stop
day,
worrying.
yeah, stop worrying and just focus on yourself. Like,
God'll take care of you. Like
yeah.
that eh
And on that tip, you can create a hell on earth. You can create a heaven on earth.
yes.
I've been on both spectrums.
I
I've
saw a
been my
TikTok.
own worst enemy. It's all of these things. It's a beautiful journey, and life is what you make it. We have that, you know, whatever you want to call it, free will, whatever. There is this spark that we have. We have this choice, right?
Yeah, it's a choice. I saw a TikTok, you'll like this, maybe you've seen, I don't know, but a guy's walking and he just tells this story and he's like, "So I'm walking my dog the other day and we're on this bike path and it's kinda getting skinny or whatever, and there's this lady up in front of me just ringing her bell on her bike and, uh, trying to get out of the way, and I was a little frustrated because I couldn't get my dog out of the way very fast, so she had to kinda slow down extra, and I imagined, uh, she's ringing the bell, and I imagined how frustrated she is, and so I'm like, "Yeah, F you," in my mind, you know?
Hmm.
And then as soon as the lady got by the dog, she goes, "Thank you very much. I appreciate it." Like, she was not frustrated at all. And he said, "There's something here." He said, "There's something here because I thought she was frustrated. It triggered me to be frustrated so much that I even said F you to her in my head
Hmm.
when she was actually none of that existed. It was all a fabrication of my mind." And I'm
Right.
like, I've done that, like, he just reminded me I've done this a million times in my life with people.
Yeah.
And then you feel kinda dumb when they're not frustrated, like, you're almost mad at them for not being frustrated.
Right.
Don't let that
It's
happen,
you.
like, don't let it happen. You don't need to do it,
Yep.
like, that's why I try to tell myself anyway, like,
Well, man, I appreciate this,
yeah,
dude. We are like 3 minutes away from
way
four
late.
hours. I knew this was gonna be a long one, man. This is
And we're
great.
not done either, I think,
No,
like, we
hell
gotta
nah,
talk again
man.
too.
For
So,
sure. We're doing this some more.
I
Um,
appreciate all your points of view and your insights, always making me think, man.
same here, brother. Let's keep doing that,
What
That's
the
what this
F
is
is
all
this
about.
place?
Yes. What the F is this place, guys? Yes, we're
Thank you
still
very
asking that
much.
question after 4
Yeah.
hours.
Yep, and we didn't even get any of the answers out. You thought we were gonna tell you, huh?
Yeah, right? Y'all better figure
Awesome,
it out
thank
for
you.
yourself.
I appreciate
For
it. I
sure.
appreciate your channel and, having a good conversation and texting and all that stuff, so keep doing
Absolutely,
what you're
man.
doing, bro.
Keep in touch, brother. All right?
Alright. Much
All right.
love.
Yeah.
See ya.
And guys, by the way, all his links or the link to his channel, put in the description, and I'm gonna share it around the Telegram group as well.
Oh, yeah, I'm
And
gonna join Telegram.
yeah, do that for sure, guys. Link to Telegram's link to Telegram group is at melodome.live. Also to the merch store. Let me shout out. So here below are all the patrons. Thank you so much for the patrons that support the Melodome. I want to shout out the channel members on YouTube because we got some new members, and I just want to shout all of you out because we got the patrons scrolling down on the bottom. And thank you to all the Rockfin supporters, Ashley Knopp, Mark, Jameson, all you guys people over here. Thank you so much. I see you, Rose, over here, Nuba, Big Pine Sailing. All of you great people. Thank you, Benny, Jason. Thank you so much for supporting me over there on the Rockfin, where they let you speak freely. And then everyone down here below on the patrons, of course. And then now the mellowships for the YouTube memberships. Trisha, thank you so much. Pacquiao, I'm butchering your name, bro. I'm butchering your name. But thank you so much, Wes. Thank you, brother. Captain Axiom, what's up, man? I appreciate you. Thank you for signing up. Rasta Bear, thank you. Austin Murphy, Stacy, brunette Latina. King Shin, thank you. Mr. Miyagi, thank you for the support. Unindoctrinated, Brian BCB, Thunder Chicken, Mellow Manda, Stephanie, and Mike D. Thank you guys, all of you, for supporting the show. Much appreciated. Again, go check out Effed Up World over on YouTube, and he's on TikTok. He's crushing. Love his perspectives. We'll be having him on again for sure in the future. I guarantee it. Maybe I can come over on your channel one day.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool, cool, cool. That'd be awesome. All right, guys. Peace and love. And as always, peace stands for positive energy, activates constant elevation, and the love is real. And when you keep it real, you keep the real ones. We out of here. We'll see you guys Sunday, 9 a.m. Eastern, Melodome Early Light, Grand Rising Perspectives with myself, Chris from Flatman X, Mike from the THC, and Skylar from Trouble and Tribune. We might see FMX Radio going live tomorrow night, maybe. So look for that as always. And also Trouble and Tribune be doing something tomorrow. So yeah, peace and love, guys. We're out of here. Joe, thank you so much again. Everyone
Thank
in the
you.
chat, you're amazing. We're out of here.
Much love.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This song about the Babylon system. Listen to the lyrics of this song. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. We need love and unity. Yeah, this is time. We need love and unity more than hate and jealousy. Yeah, this is time. We need education more than bullets and bombs. This is time. We need to care for the young and old more than silver and gold. This is time. We have to wake up and change the world. As a result of 2,000 years of hypocrisy, ego-driven leaders in pursuit of property, power and wealth and fame, oppressing and murdering, killing all in God's name. Iniquity spread across the nation. Humanity is in tour separation. In the midst of a darkest hour, we rise to reclaim our power. This is time. We need love and unity more than hate and jealousy. Yeah. This is time. We need education more than bullets and bombs. We say we now give up. Now give up. Now give up. Oh no, we now give it. Now give it. Now give up. They achieve their mission using dirty politicians, brainwashed education, war on religion, racial division, food with no nutrition. Hey, this is the Babylon system. Their intention to use all their wicked invention, all the propaganda promoting consumerism. It's all a distraction, only misdirection to break eye connection. But if you want come from the make you know say what I want. This is how I get you ready for the Armageddon. I'm in for the revolution. Power by love and compassion. Cause if we go at them with weapons, then they have more guns. Go at them with money, then they have more funds. With unification, then time soon done. We owe it to our daughters and sons in a decent time. This is time. We need love and unity more than hate and jealousy. Yeah. This is time. We need education more than bullets and bombs. This is time. We need to care for the young and old more than silver and gold. This is time. We have to wake up and change the world. This is time. We need love and unity more than hate and jealousy. Yeah. This is time. We need education more than bullets and bombs. This is time. We need to care for the young and old more than silver and gold. This is time. We have to wake up and change the world.